A very good morning, everyone. Now, if you're looking for the biggest test of electoral opinion since 2019 and the biggest test before the next UK general election, look no further. We have a bumper crop of results coming in over the next 48 hours or so from England, Wales and Scotland. Now, last year's local elections were cancelled because of the pandemic, so this year we're looking at a record number of results from every part of Britain.
This is a key national electoral test here in Scotland and in Wales. Members of the Scottish Parliament and Welsh Senedd have been chosen along with thousands of local councillors across England. Now, Keir Starmer was elected Labour leader on the promise of being able to rebuild the Red Wall. But 18 months on from the disastrous general election, the overnight results suggest there is little indication of a fight back.
Well, yesterday, the people of Hartlepool in the northeast of England chose a new Member of Parliament in a by-election. And for the first time since the 1960s, they chose a Conservative. In fact, it was a thumping win for the Conservative Party by nearly 7,000 votes, a 16% swing, and a heavy blow to Labour's hopes of revival in the northeast of England. The Conservatives said it was because Boris Johnson had delivered on Brexit, while Labour said it underlined the need for the party to change even more to win back its former supporters.
But here in Scotland, the very future of the UK is at stake. Will the SNP, either with or without other pro-independence parties, be able to claim a mandate for a second independence referendum, one that Boris Johnson insists he will oppose? Well, from the BBC's headquarters at Pacific Quay in Glasgow, David Wallace-Lockhart will be analysing the most important Scottish election since devolution.
I'll be following the Scottish results as they come in and keeping track of which of these leaders keep smiling as the counting goes on. They'll be glued to this constituency map of Scotland. Now, this was how the results looked after the 2016 election, but that doesn't matter anymore. The 2021 polls are closed, and what's important is how these constituencies and the regional list seats now fill up.
And we'll be in Cardiff for the results of the Senedd elections, the Welsh Parliament, to see if Labour in Wales will hold off the challenge of the Conservatives and Plaid Cymru and keep hold on power yet again. And we'll be keeping track of a dozen battles to be mayor of some of England's biggest cities, including London. Laura Kuensberg, our political editor, is here to keep an eye on the political reaction and to give her analysis. And Rita's with me once again in the election studio to bring us the results as they come in.
We've already had a swathe of results in from the English council elections. One of the most eye-catching is this. Harlow in Essex is a Conservative gain from Labour. I'll be using the giant touchscreen to look at the figures behind the results in all 7 of the elections taking place across Britain.
Our correspondents are in all the places that matter across England, Wales and Scotland. And our knight with the numbers, Sir John Curtis, will provide the sharpest analysis of the emerging electoral landscape.
And as we've said, a few results already in. They're more than interesting, but there are lots and lots to come. So settle down, join us for all the excitement of this year's election results on the BBC. Yes, welcome everyone. Kirsty and I are your joint hosts today. We're both looking forward to a busy day, to put it mildly, and we're trying to make sense of what's going on. Kirsty, what are you looking for today?
Well, there may be early smiles on the Conservative faces in England after the Hartlepool by-election, but there may be a very big headache in Scotland. Because we will probably know today the extent of how well the SNP has done here in Scotland, taking their main target seats. So, you know, there's 3 early seats, Dumbarton, Edinburgh Central, Ayr. If they take those, they're pretty well on their way to securing a pretty decent majority either on their own or with the Greens, and that means that Boris Johnson is going to be rejecting their call for a new independence referendum.
OK, Kirsty, and just for you to know roughly what the timetable is, Welsh and Scottish results coming in a bit later. But as I said, we've had a few in already, including the Hartlepool by-election. We will look at the figures in detail with Reeta in just a moment, but let's pause and catch up with the news with Ben.
Good morning. Here is a summary of the BBC News this morning. The Conservatives have taken the parliamentary seat of Hartlepool in what is being described by Labour as a shattering result. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. Our political correspondent Jonathan Blake has this report.
I do hereby declare that Gillian Wendy Mortimer, commonly known as Jill Mortimer, is duly elected. Congratulations, Bill.
The moment of victory. A Conservative MP elected in a former Labour stronghold. The winning candidate, elected by some margin, said she was proud to break Labour's long run here and argued it was proof her opponents had lost touch.
Labour have taken people in Hartlepool for granted for too long. I heard this time and time again on the doorstep. People have had enough. And now, through this result, the people have spoken and they've made it clear it's time for change.
The Conservatives called it an historic result. 18 months on from their demolition of what was the Red Wall, another patch on the map has turned blue. A blow-up Boris Johnson appeared in Hartlepool to mark the Tories' expected victory, proving the Prime Minister can command support post-Brexit and leaving Labour promising to listen and learn.
For me as a Labour Party member, absolutely shattering to see a Conservative MP elected in a place like Hartlepool after nearly 50 years. And I think what this shows is that although we have started to change since the cataclysm of the last general election, that change has clearly not gone far enough in order to win back the trust of the voters. And we've just seen that in spades, haven't we, in Hartlepool?
Something else for Conservatives to celebrate. The party took control of Nuneaton and Bedworth Council in Warwickshire, one of 143 being contested across England.
People respect what the Prime Minister has done during this pandemic. They think the vaccine rollout is phenomenal, and they think that given all the challenges that we've faced, that the Conservative government, the Prime Minister, has done a really good job in difficult circumstances, and many of those people on the doorsteps have been right behind him.
In Essex, another win for the Conservatives, taking Harlow Council from Labour. The race to count votes early here in Northumberland ended with a Conservative win too, as contests continue for counties, boroughs, districts and more. Labour have held on to several councils in the North East, including Newcastle and Gateshead, but saw their stronghold in Sunderland eroded by the Tories. In London, Labour's Sadiq Khan is seeking a second term, one of 13 city and regional mayors to be elected. Doncaster elected a Labour mayor overnight. Ballot boxes have been gathered from all corners of Scotland, where the SNP are hoping to secure a majority in the Scottish Parliament. And in Wales, Labour will continue their run in power as votes are now counted for the 60 seats in the Senedd. From elections held in the shadow of a pandemic, a renewed political picture is slowly emerging. Jonathan Blake, BBC News.
So, as we've just heard, counting in the Scottish parliamentary election has just begun. Voters were choosing 129 MSPs to be elected to the Scottish Parliament. But COVID restrictions meant there was no overnight vote counting this year. The final results are expected on Saturday. And counting has also begun in the last few minutes in the Welsh elections to the Senedd. 60 seats are up for grabs and some voters reported queues outside polling stations. Most results are expected this afternoon and into the early evening. Results in 4 Wales Police and Crime Commissioner elections are due on Sunday. Now, the election results will keep coming in over the next few days and you can find out the latest results where you live by entering your postcode into our search tool on our website or the BBC News app. So now let's go back to elections 2021.
Yes, welcome back. And we're going to start right away by looking at that result in the Hartlepool by-election, because that's the crucial thing for us to talk about early on. It came in the last couple of hours or so with Jill Mortimer, the first female MP for Hartlepool and the first Conservative since 1974, when the seat was put into its current form. It was called the Hartlepools before that, and most of that time, since 1945, it was Labour. So let's talk to Reeta and ask to go through these figures in detail.
Well, Huw, this is what we're waking up to, isn't it? Hartlepool has gone Conservative after, as you said, decades and decades of it being Labour. The Conservatives had been confident of taking Hartlepool, but we shouldn't let that expectation overshadow their achievement. Jill Mortimer now with a thumping majority of nearly 7,000. How did she do it? Let's take a look at some of the figures behind that result. So Jill Mortimer for the Conservatives got over half of the vote in Hartlepool. Paul Williams for Labour came in on 29%. What's always so interesting in these situations is to look at how the share of the vote has changed, and look at that. The Conservatives have put on 23% compared to last time this seat was up. Now you'll see the Reform Party, which is the Brexit party as was, their vote has plummeted, and clearly that has gone pretty much to the benefit of the Conservatives. But what's interesting to look at here is that the Labour vote is down by 9%. That suggests that it's not simply because of the Reform Party vote going to the Conservatives, but it suggests that the Labour Party has gone back on on the sort of support that it had in 2019. Let's just take a look then at the swing from Labour to Conservatives. That is a massive 16% swing. Just take a little look at the EU referendum result there. It was 70% Leave, so a very, very Leavey area, and that clearly has been a factor, a big factor in this result, but there's probably even more to it than that. Huw.
Reeta, many thanks, and we'll be discussing some of that with Laura Kuenssberg in just a moment.
But now we can go straight to our political correspondent, Chris Mason, who is in Hartlepool. Chris Mason, so much to unpack there. Shattering defeat for Labour. And an MP who is not actually of the area, Jill Mortimer, but fought on local issues.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning to you, Kirsty. It's an extraordinary result to try and unpick, looking underneath, if you like, some of those numbers that Reeta was talking through there. Yeah, Jill Mortimer, the new MP, a councillor in North Yorkshire prior to her victory a couple of hours ago here. So yeah, this is a seat that has had a Labour MP ever since it was constituted back in 1974. Has had a Labour MP going back to 1964, as Huw was saying, under its previous title of the Hartlepools. Now, yes, you can take half a step back and look at the result from 2019, see how well the Brexit Party performed, securing 1 in 4 votes then, and argue that perhaps this result isn't that surprising, because without the Brexit Party then perhaps the Conservatives would have won this seat back in 2019. But put that to one side and take a step back, and it's extraordinary, isn't it? Because Hartlepool for so long, for more than a generation, one of those seats that on a general election night would barely merit any attention beyond the boundaries of the town itself. Why? Because it was seen as a rock-solid Labour seat that Labour would win yet again, alongside those Conservative seats that you would chalk up as rock-solid Conservative seats that they would win at any given election. And yet this seat now, falling in with a good number of those seats described as the red wall at the last general election that Boris Johnson was able to bulldoze through. And so an indicator of the reconstituting, the remoulding of English politics, where the Conservatives are able to win and win big, as the numbers show, in seats that for so long were regarded as guaranteed Labour territory.
And of course, the recrimination have begun already, because Jeremy Corbyn won 50% of the vote here in 2017. We've had Diane Abbott out the traps saying the strategy was wrong. We've had Caroline Flint out the traps saying it was wrong to focus on the curtains. You should have been focusing on a new Labour strategy, and that was absent. And this is a constituency which Keir Starmer and Boris Johnson each visited 3 times. Keir Starmer to absolutely no avail.
Yeah, quite. I mean, both party leaders were here regularly, which gave you some sense during the campaign of the jeopardy around this contest. And as you say, yes, the recriminations undoubtedly beginning within the Labour movement. So the Labour leadership are acknowledging openly how wounding this defeat is, talking about their need to redouble their efforts to try and re-secure the trust of voters in places like Hartlepool. If the word re-treble existed, it would be worth them using it, given the scale of the challenge that they face. And then the argument more broadly within Labour about, as you say, their strategy. Now, there are some on the left of the party, those loyal to Jeremy Corbyn, who've been itching to be able to criticise Keir Starmer, and will be able to use this result as evidence for their case that he isn't sufficiently changing the party, given that they can point to the fact that Jeremy Corbyn did win here in Hartlepool, both in 2019 and in 2017. For Sir Keir Starmer, the psychological damage of this defeat is that, yes, he's long argued since he became leader a year ago that there was a huge mountain to climb, as he describes it, for Labour in order to win the next general election. But there was the hope within the leader's office that they had hit rock bottom, the Labour Party, at the last general election, that performance in 2019, the worst general election performance for Labour since 1935, was the seabed, that the only way was up from there. Now, of course, over the course of the weekend, there are plenty more results to come, and mathematically, of course, one by-election result doesn't really change the numbers at Westminster particularly significantly, but it will change the mood, because it'll mean that the Conservatives can be buoyant as far as their Westminster prospects look, and Labour face big questions, with the fear that there's plenty of other seats like this where Labour MPs this morning will be thinking, blimey, will I be safe at the next general election? And they'll be fearful that the answer to that is no.
Chris, thanks a lot.
So let's just underline, we've had that one parliamentary by-election, which we can talk about in a second with Laura. We're expecting the Scottish Parliament results, the Welsh Senedd, the Welsh Parliament results, local authority results right across England, 143 councils, 4,500 seats up for grabs there, plus city and regional mayors, plus police and crime commissioners. Honestly, the list goes on. But the great thing about all of this is it's a brilliant test. It's a fantastic test of public opinion before the next election comes along. And when I spoke about English local authorities, this will underline for you the challenge for Labour. We've already seen Hartlepool, where they took a very heavy blow. But we look at these councils, Harlow in Essex, for example. The Conservatives have gained that from Labour. In Northumberland, in the northeast, where we saw Chris there just now, the Conservatives have gained control of Northumberland from no overall control. They've done the same in Nuneaton and Bedworth in the Midlands. They've done the same in Dudley, very important battleground in the Midlands. So these local authorities are very telling signals, really. Look at Dudley there, if you look at the figures, 46 seats to 24 for Labour and 2 for the Independents. Look at the difference between this and last time, because you'll see that the Conservatives have gained 12 seats, Labour down 11. So can we just look at those figures for a second? We will see a pattern in lots of these seats where a big UKIP or Brexit party vote will be seen to, as we expected, seen to go back, if you like, into the Conservative fold, as lots of people expect. But there, it didn't happen. It was from Labour to the Conservatives. So Harlow is a gain for the Conservatives from Labour. Nuneaton and Northumberland and Dudley, Conservative gains, but from no overall control. They're just the first 4 we have, but they're very significant. And clearly, if you're a Labour supporter, you'll be looking at that with some trepidation before lots of these other results come in. Right, let's bring Laura in. Can we start with the by-election in Hartlepool, Laura, because the figures speak for themselves. It's a 16% swing. What's the analysis here? Is that a Brexit thing? Is it a COVID vaccine rollout thing? Is it more a local thing? What's your take?
I think there's a mixture of all different factors. You know, we can never get into the minds of individual voters in the ballot box with a pencil hovering over their piece of paper. But let's just maybe take those in turn. First of all, I think COVID has made this entire set of elections really strange, really unusual. It's been hard for the parties to campaign. It means also that voters, we hear from the doorsteps, have been very preoccupied, quite understandably, with the vaccine programme, with what's going on, with whether or not their job's going to be okay. Are they still on furlough? And looking in particular the vaccine programme, you think that's been a stunning public policy success for this government that has created a certain amount of feel-good about the government's performance at this stage of the pandemic. So if you take that in one. Second of all, though, when you talk about Brexit, now technically we've seen, and I think in those councils too, and I suspect we'll keep seeing, as voters who went from Labour to UKIP to the Brexit Party, not going back to Labour, going instead to the Tories. And that is clearly something that has been going on. But I don't think that Brexit has been playing hugely on the doorsteps in terms of voters' minds. But I think Brexit was both a sort of a proxy for a change that was already happening, shifts that were already happening in the undergrowth in terms of how voters feel about the two big main Westminster parties. That clearly has been an issue.
OK, let's think about the position for Labour. A relatively new leader, Keir Starmer, there for about a year, hasn't he? And what would be the thinking in that leader's office today? Yes, it's early stages, but clearly the by-election speaks for itself in an area that is important to Labour, if it ever wants to gain power again. What would be the thinking there about the reasoning? Is this a kind of overhang from what Labour's been through in the last few years? Or is this a more permanent shift to a party which has delivered Brexit and which is seen to be more in tune, if you like, with people?
I think the hope is that this is a sort of backblast, perhaps the bottom of the kind of end result of everything that's happened in the last 5 years in British politics. You know, whether it's Brexit or Boris Johnson's reputation confirmed again as being a vote winner, or whether indeed it's the damage that they believe was done by Jeremy Corbyn's stewardship of the party. The fear is that this is actually something that is much more permanent, that therefore is harder for them to peel back. They are already facing criticism publicly, as you'd expect, from the left of the party, the former Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell, saying that the candidate in Hartlepool had no argument, he was naked. The campaigning group Momentum that backed Jeremy Corbyn already saying this is a disaster and there has to be a change of tack. I think the leader's office, however, is going to go the other way. I think they are more aggressively going to use this to make the case for change and sticking to the centre, rather than perhaps trying to accommodate the left, as Keir Starmer did in his leadership campaign to win the party. He was all about party unity. I think actually the leader's office in the next few days is going to be more aggressive in making that case for change. But change to what? And even his allies, Keir Starmer, would privately admit they haven't yet done a great job of articulating precisely and compellingly what the reason is for putting a cross in the box for Labour again.
We already have a few illustrations, Laura, of what people are saying. Look at this quote from the senior Labour MP, Diane Abbott. It's just come in on social media. And Diane Abbott says this: a crushing defeat for Labour in Hartlepool. Not possible to blame Jeremy Corbyn for this result. Labour won the seat twice under his leadership. Keir Starmer must think again about his strategy. Let's just hang on, because people's momentum, the momentum movement, have also been saying this about Hartlepool again. This result is a disaster. In 2017, we won over 50% of the vote in Hartlepool. A transformative socialist message has won in Hartlepool before, and it would have won again. So they've wasted no time in coming out to say, hang on a second, the problem here is not that, you know, Mr Corbyn was a problem, it's the fact that you've moved away from it.
Straight out of the traps. But what's also worth remembering is that in the 2019 election, more than 10,000 people in Hartlepool voted for the Brexit Party. Now, clearly, Keir Starmer has not given them reason to go back to Labour if they were ever there. But I think the leader's office are not going to think, oh, this is a time to move back to the left. And you have to suggest, and I think people on the right, we've heard surprisingly not from Lord Mandelson already this morning, that actually what the party has to do is talk about aspiration again. They have to be on the centre ground. Going to the left doesn't succeed from them. And there's a valid question there to ask. You know, what is it about people moving to the Tory party that suggests that they want a more left-wing Labour Party? You know, is there really a logic there? But I do think we can expect some days of strife for the Labour leader. One former member of the NEC, the party's ruling body, has actually told me this morning that Keir Starmer should go. Now, I don't think that the leader's office are expecting kind of dramatic things and real tension that could actually end up in anything as significant as that. But there's no question they have to come out punching here. They clearly haven't been able to land their arguments in the way that they would hope, and there's going to be mounting pressure on him to do so in the coming days.
Thanks, Laura. I'm just going to pause there because we're being joined by the Labour MP Alison McGovern, who's in the Wirral Shadow Minister. Alison, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Hi, nice to speak to you, Huw.
Can I pick up on Laura's point there, Alison? Basically, that you're just not landing your points with former voters of yours in a seat like Hartlepool, and just wondering, really, what your reading of that is. What went wrong here?
Well, as everybody's been saying, we've been having, a difficult time. We've had a very bad result in 2019. I think it's really important that we focus on where the country is now, whether it is the situation for all our kids, whether they're in Hartlepool or anywhere else in the country, who have really struggled through lockdown, and making sure that we have got a really good education system. Those are the kinds of issues where I think we need to focus, make sure that we've got practical deliverable policies, and that we are able to talk to people about why voting Labour is the answer. Because I know that there's lots of people who will have voted Conservative with a heavy heart, who want there to be an alternative. And I think the way to do that is to offer people a practical set of policies that give them hope for the future, that we don't live in a one-party, Tory state, that actually things can be better and different in the future.
I'm assuming that, your colleagues, you and your colleagues were making those points in Hartlepool. You were talking about those issues. So the question obviously is, were people receptive to that message, or what were they telling you about reasons they did not want to vote for you?
Well, it's kind of a statement of the obvious that we didn't do well enough, and obviously that's not good. But I suppose the question is, what engages people in politics? I think there's a lot of people who are turned off too often by politics, but I think the right thing to do is to focus on the practical needs of the country and to be ambitious for our future. We've had a terrible year with COVID. It's been really, really challenging and difficult. But we know that what will give people hope is building on the best of our country, whether that's, all of the NHS and public servants who've delivered the vaccine programme so brilliantly, or whether that is making sure we're ambitious. Look at the chances and opportunities for children and young people in too many parts of the country that aren't good enough, and actually having practical policies that can deliver on that ambition, I think, is where we should be. I think we'll have a lot of results to come in. Obviously, it's devastating to lose Hartlepool, but really we've got to keep on going, make sure our ambition for the country is clear, and I think that is the way to improve on our results in the future.
But Alison, it's Laura here, isn't it? It's interesting that you say people voted Conservative with a heavy heart. That's something quite familiar that Labour politicians often say, but isn't actually the problem that you're not trying to understand that people wanted to vote Conservative? You're suggesting people voted Conservative regretfully. Don't you actually have to understand that people willingly did so, and many voters in Hartlepool might have been only too glad to vote Tory? It's like you don't want to understand that people have made this choice.
Well, as you know, I've stood in a Labour Tory swing marginal seat in a general election 4 times, so I don't think it would be a good characterisation of my position to say, I don't understand the reasons why people might vote Conservative. I talk to people and listen to them and their priorities all the time. I suppose what I'm saying is, if people, there are plenty of people, I think, who will have voted Conservative, but nonetheless want there to be an option for the future, want there to be change. And I think that the Labour Party has a lot to say on that. The question for us is, how do we make sure that we get heard? How do we make sure that our ideas are communicated in a positive and practical way, and that we are able to bring people with us, which quite clearly in the case of Hartlepool we haven't done. So yes, we have to ask ourselves that question. I think everybody understands the need for change, and that is where our focus should be.
Alison McGovern, it's Kirsty Wark here in Edinburgh, just coming in here. A couple of points on this. This was a 70% Leave seat. You had a Remain Labour MP. You yourself were part of the People's Vote campaign that wanted a second referendum. The problem was you were out of touch with what people in Hartlepool wanted. They backed Brexit, and they now want jobs for Hartlepool, they want new homes for Hartlepool, they want new businesses in Hartlepool, and that was what the Conservatives were offering, a levelling up agenda. And as Laura said, they wanted that, they backed that.
Right, and the Conservatives will be judged on what they deliver. And as I've already mentioned, you know, in the case of jobs for young people, we've got this pathetic Kickstart programme that actually has delivered very few jobs for young people. So that ambition is right. And look, Brexit is done now. The question is, what happens to our economy?
Alison,
you know,
we're just watching your party leader, Sir Keir Starmer, just leaving home in North London. And sorry to interrupt you, but I don't think there were any words there for the waiting reporters. But Mr Starmer there, just Sir Keir, just leaving home. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from him a little later. Alison, just on that then, given that we've seen Sir Keir there, what will be his message, do you think, or what should be his message to those people who are dismayed within the party today?
We are on a journey and we've got to keep going. You know, we know that we need to win people's votes back. We'll need to win Hartlepool. We need to win in lots of places in Scotland, in North Wales. So we are on this journey and we have to keep going. You know, we have to be really ambitious for the country, but at the same time, make sure that our policies are practical and deliverable.
Alison McGovern, good of you to join us, and thank you very much.
You. And now we can go to Ben Brown with the news.
Kirsty, thank you very much. Good morning. Here's a summary of the BBC News. The Conservatives have taken the parliamentary seat of Hartlepool with a resounding majority of almost 7,000. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who's the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. Labour has described the by-election result as shattering. The Tories have also made gains across local councils. They have taken control of 4 councils, gaining 57 seats, compared to Labour losses of 60 seats. 17 local authorities have declared their results, but there are 126 which are still counting votes. Counting in the Scottish parliamentary election began half an hour ago. Voters were choosing 129 MSPs to be elected to the Scottish Parliament, but COVID restrictions meant there was no overnight vote counting this year. The final results are expected on Saturday. Counting's also begun in the Welsh elections to the Senedd. 60 seats are up for grabs and some voters reported queues outside polling stations. Most results are expected this afternoon and into the early evening. The results of 4 Wales Police and Crime Commissioners elections are due on Sunday. Meanwhile, the first result in the regional mayoral elections has been announced. Labour's Ros Jones has secured a third term as Doncaster's mayor, with a majority of over 10,000 votes still being counted for the 12 other directly elected mayors, but results are not expected until the weekend.
Welcome back now to our bumper election programme with myself and Huw. We can go straight round the country now in Scotland and look at what's happening in some of the key counts. Picking up now, we're going to be seeing pictures from some of the counts. There we have Livingston. We're expecting Livingston. That result will be sometime this afternoon. They started working hard at 9 a.m. and you can see a very packed hall there in Livingston. And then actually, we're going to go quite to a different place in the country now. We're going to move on from Livingston and we're going to go straight over to the Orkney Isles, a quieter area there, but they are expecting Orkney to deliver a result at roughly 3 o'clock this afternoon. So they're dealing obviously with both constituency results and list results. And as you know, the Orkney Isles are very spread out, so it'll take a while for them to get going as they bring those results in, because of course with no overnight counting, some of those results were only delivered to the counting station at 9 o'clock this morning. And then finally we can go on to Aberdeen. Again, this is a key result, and that will be a result. These results from Aberdeen will be delivered tonight, they expect, by 6 o'clock. So Aberdeen, in a big area, we're expecting big news from Aberdeen West, because that is a key target for the SNP, and we're going to get that this afternoon. But I'm joined now by our political correspondent, Nick Eardley. Nick, first of all, intel from the polling station, certainly last night, I was hearing from parents texting me that at 10 o'clock there were queues in Ayr, there were queues in Balerno, there were queues in Glasgow.
Yeah, despite the weather and despite the pandemic, all the parties seem to think that turnout is pretty strong. In terms of how they're all doing individually, big dollop of caution at this stage, of course, because nobody really knows. But the SNP seem in pretty good spirits. They think they've got their 2019 vote out, which matters because at the 2019 election they did very well. They got 48 seats. They won back a bunch of the seats they'd lost in 2017 when their vote didn't turn out. Yeah. So it's going to be a while before we know if they're close to that majority, but at the moment they seem in good spirits. The Greens, the other pro-independence party, seem in even better spirits. I've spoken to a couple of senior Greens who think that they're on course for a record tally in the next Scottish Parliament.
And of course the thing about that is that combination that is so important. So what we're looking for today is we're looking for early results from the SNP that would indicate that they are picking up the seats they need, but we're also looking for a strong showing from the Green, because together that is going to be the big headache for Boris Johnson and the Tories. And what are you looking at from the Tories in Scotland?
Well, the Tories' vote has largely focused on the regional list, the second vote, the one that we're probably not going to know until later in the day tomorrow. But the Tories are really confident that that strategy's worked. They think their votes turned out when it comes to the regional list. Labour sounding a bit cautious this morning when it comes to that. But the other thing everybody's talking about is tactical voting from the unionist parties. And when it comes to the constituencies, that could be really important to whether an increased SNP turnout is actually enough in those key swing seats we're seeing today. Edinburgh Central, Ayr, Dumbarton. Tactical voting could play a big role.
Nick, thanks very much. You're back with us later.
Now, do we remember Dominic Cummings, the Prime Minister's former advisor? He's clearly watching. Welcome, Dominic, and thanks for tweeting just in time for us to quote it, because it's rather useful for our debate. And look at this. When pundits who explained why Vote Leave's plan to realign politics was mad, stupid, impossible, now give post hoc explanations for why it's all so logical and inevitable, ignore their babble, says Dominic. Pundits equal noise, not signal. E.g., the centre ground does not exist, he says. It's pundit fiction. Why am I quoting that? Well, apart from the fact that it's interesting coming from Mr Cummings, who's the former close advisor in Downing Street, it also tells us something about the logic for some analysts as they look at the switch from Labour to Conservative. Why have former Labour voters gone into the Conservative fold? It's a realignment, which Dominic Cummings is alluding to there, the Vote Leave strategy, if you like, targeting people who might be susceptible or might be vulnerable or might be, in fact, those who can be appealed to in terms of the values that they're going to be switched along to in terms of the Brexit referendum and, of course, in terms of political values more broadly. And that translates into results across England in the local elections. Now, we've already had a few in. So what I'm going to ask Reeta to do before I chat to Laura again, is to take us through some of those big results and the ones where maybe, Reeta, they changed hands.
Yes, indeed, Huw. So here are some of the most eye-catching results we've had in so far. And as you can see, there are 4 Conservative gains. You can see the flashes at the side, I should just explain, are what they were before. So if they're grey, they were a hung council. If they're red, they were Labour. If they're blue, they were Conservative. So we can see here 4 Conservative gains, 2 Labour holds and 2 Conservative holds. But as Huw was saying, what we can see behind these bald results are a pattern of a shift in support from Labour to Conservative in Leave voting areas. Let me show you in greater detail what's going on in 2 or 3 of these councils. So this is Nuneaton and Bedworth in Warwickshire. This was Conservative in 2008, but hasn't been since then. You can see it's been Labour and hung. The Conservatives have now got a majority of 14 seats. And let's just take a look at the seat change here. You can see it's just been a straight swap. Up 10 for the Conservatives, down 10 for Labour, and this is in an area that voted 66% to leave. Let's take a look at one of the other councils that Huw was talking about a bit earlier. Dudley, a Conservative gain. Now, they had been very confident of putting in a good performance in Dudley, and they've got a majority of 20 seats here. Similarly, a 68% Leave vote in Dudley. Conservatives got a Westminster seat in this area in 2019, and look at that, a 12-seat add-on for the Conservatives, Labour losing 11 and UKIP losing 1. When we go back to the list, it's a similar sort of story in Harlow in Essex, which the Conservatives have gained from Labour. And the bad news for Labour is that even in councils that they've hung on to, such as Sunderland, you can see a drop in the Labour vote. So, you know, they've got a majority of 9 seats, quite comfortable. It's been Labour for a long time. But the seat change, you can see they've gone down by 9 seats, Conservatives up 6 and the Lib Dems up 4. And if we take a look at the change in the share of the vote, so that is the share of the vote, but we can see now the change in the share. Yeah, that's pretty painful for Labour, isn't it? Down 15%, Conservatives up 13%. The Lib Dems doing well as well. So you can see, well, it would suggest that the UKIP vote has gone to the Conservatives and Labour has lost some of it, possibly, to the Liberal Democrats. Always a bit hard to tell how the churn works. I just want to finish by showing you quite where we are. I mean, you know, we've got a lot of election results still to come in, 143 councils in all, 16 of them have declared. So you can see the Conservatives have put on 57 and Labour have lost 60. The Lib Dems have gained 2 and the Greens have gained 3. So that is where we are at the moment.
Well, what I'd like to do now is just to catch up on the state of play in some of these important councils. Let's look at the county of Essex and join my colleague Simon Dedman, who's there. You're in Basildon, Simon. I'm just aware that Basildon is one authority. Harlow is the other authority we've been talking about. So just bring us up to date and tell us what the party officials are telling you there.
Well, I think there is a nervousness from Labour in Basildon of what could happen here could be a repeat of what happened in Harlow. Right now, there are counts underway for what should be 4 safe Labour wards, including the council leaders. The Tories have told me they think they've got a good chance of taking Vange and possibly some of these other wards. If that happens, it's not looking good for Labour, who are in coalition on the council with independents. They have a majority of just 1. We did see overnight in Harlow a blue wave move across the borough there. Labour won just 1 of the 7 seats it was defending. Their council leader gone, the former Labour council leader gone. The Conservatives winning in places that you wouldn't normally expect them to do in Harlow. We talk a lot about the Red Wall in the north, but there were places like Bushfairs which you would not expect to see the Conservatives win there, but they did. However, elsewhere in the county of Essex, it hasn't all been doom and gloom for Labour. Yes, they haven't made great advances, but they haven't made any losses in Thurrock overnight. And in Southend, they did gain 1 seat. But on the county council, they haven't picked up any seats so far. Labour really hoping to win back the 3 seats it lost in 2017 in Harlow for county. It failed to do so. The Lib Dems, though, have picked up 2 seats on the county and lost 1. And there's also been some residents' parties who have gained 3 so far. That result we won't know until later on this afternoon, and we won't know the final result here in Basildon until the afternoon as well.
Simon, many thanks.
And now I'm joined by Luke Walton in Stockton, North East. Stockton itself, no council election there. But let's just talk more broadly about the North East. We know that Northumberland has gone to the Conservatives. Sunderland is a Labour hold, but they have lost 9 seats. Obviously, the big story will probably be the Ben Houchen story in the Tees Valley. But what does this say about the general direction of travel in this area, which returned some of the biggest new Labour beasts? It returned Tony Blair in Sedgefield, Mo Mowlam in Redcar, Peter Mandelson in Hartlepool. What is the change of atmosphere telling you about the North East?
Well, as you say, this was a region which had at one stage half the Labour cabinet, but no longer. And as you say, it really is the Conservatives who are smiling here today. I'm actually here at the count in Stockton, and we're expecting the counting to begin for the Cleveland Police and Crime Commissioner in just a few minutes' time, and then the voting for the Tees Valley Mayor in the afternoon. And the Conservatives are expecting, or at least hoping, for 3 out of 3 after that huge victory in Hartlepool. But as you say, I think there are deeper things at play here. Clearly, this was a Brexit voting region, and there does seem to have been a break, if you like, between many voters and the Labour Party. Specifically, though, when we come down to the contests that are being voted here, Labour has had the Police and Crime Commissioner on Cleveland since 2012, but the Tories are really hopeful that they might be able to flip that blue today. One reason is that the local police force has had a lot of problems, and there was a damning inspection report to Cleveland Police in 2019. A lot of people held the then Labour Commissioner responsible for some of those issues, and the Conservatives are hoping to capitalise that by winning with their candidate Steve Turner for the Commissioner post. You've mentioned already the Tees Valley Mayor. Of course, the Conservatives won a surprise victory there in 2017 with Ben Houchen winning a very slender victory, but he seems to have capitalised on that and built a really big profile in this part of the world. He's developed a bit of a reputation as a deal maker. One of his issues was saving the local airport and nationalising it, a controversial policy, but he would say it has worked, and he's actually created new flights and new services there at the airport. But probably even bigger than that, he's brought a free port to Teesside. He's also helped redevelop or develop plans for the redevelopment of the old steelworks there. So I suppose his reputation is a man who can get things done and actually has the inside track with the government, with Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, of course, just down the road at Richmond. Now, Labour would question the substance of some of this and say that many of these promises have not yet been developed, but clearly it is something that has cut through with voters, and I think the evidence of that was the fact that Ben Houchen was very evident out on the campaign trail during the Hartlepool by-election. And privately, the Conservatives expect to win the Tees Valley Mayor by a very large margin today indeed, and perhaps some reflection of the fact that many of the parties didn't even bother putting up candidates against Ben Houchen. Only Labour did, so it's just a two-way battle here. So we're expecting that result later in the afternoon, but as I say, Conservatives looking potentially at winning 3 out of 3 of these contests in this part of the world. They've already turned a situation where there was only one Conservative MP across the Tees Valley back in 2016. Now, with this Hartlepool victory, there are 5 out of 7, so a real transformation.
Simon, thanks so much.
Let's get some more perspectives. Let's talk to Rob Parsons, political editor of the Yorkshire Post in Leeds, and to Helen Pidd, who's North of England editor for The Guardian in Manchester. Rob, can I start with you? How does it look in your region, and what are you expecting to see today?
Hi there, Huw. So I'd say it's a bit too early to tell whether that result in Hartlepool means that we're going to see similarly dramatic swings across Yorkshire and the North. The only concrete result we've had so far is the election of Doncaster's mayor, Ros Jones, who was re-elected for a third term with a 10,000 majority. But unlike in 2017, when she was last elected, she didn't get 50% of the vote in the first round, and the Conservative challenger got 8,000 more votes this time round. So based on that, you'd expect that in Doncaster, which, like Hartlepool, is a strongly Leave-backing town, Labour may lose a handful of seats to the Conservatives when councillors are elected later today. And across Yorkshire, there's, to be honest, not too many potential bright spots for Labour. They hold nearly all the councils where elections are being held this weekend. So it's more a matter of holding on to what they have as best they can, I think. What's interesting, actually, is that the town halls that they may be most at risk of losing could be Sheffield and Hull, where the Conservatives aren't really effective and the Liberal Democrats are the main opposition party. So, and I think we've seen this in other parts of the country, but it shows that Labour is potentially being squeezed from both sides.
Just you mentioned Brexit, obviously, there, Rob. I'm just wondering, what is your wider reading of what's happening to that former Labour vote?
Well, I think on the back of Hartlepool, there's going to be a few Labour MPs in their northern heartlands who are going to be feeling a bit nervous, but based on this morning's result, about the prospect of holding on to their slim majorities at the next general election, because Brexit does seem to still be a a factor. And if you looking ahead to 2024, Ed Miliband in Doncaster North, he had a majority of 2,400, and the Brexit Party got 8,300 votes in 2019. And so if you consider the way that Brexit Party voters have gone to the Conservatives in Hartlepool, if that kind of swing and sort of traditional Labour voters continuing to desert the party, if that continues, you could see quite a few slender majorities being overhauled in 2024.
Helen, can I just come in here on the first point about the Hartlepool by-election was, as Caroline Flint pointed out this morning in terms of tactical errors, it may not have made a difference, but actually it was Labour's call as to when to hold this by-election. They need not have held it on a day when all the razzmatazz was round Ben Houghton. They could have waited, they could have done it a different day. Would it, do you think, have made a difference?
No, I really don't think so. You know, not when we're looking at a majority of, was it about 8,000, the majority? I think what we can learn from the Hartlepool by-election is that Labour's tactic of calling the Tories kind of evil sleazebags, it just doesn't work. It hasn't stuck at all. And the fact that former Labour voters either are staying at home or just don't see a positive reason to vote for Labour is a massive problem for the party. So I think, although Ben Houghton is incredibly popular, and I'd be astonished if he's not returned with a bigger majority later on today, I don't think holding on a different day would have made a difference.
Just on what you're saying about positive reasons to vote Labour, is what's happening to Labour in the Red Wall similar, do you think, to what happened to Labour in Scotland with the SNP, where there was not a positive reason people thought to vote Labour when actually the SNP had guns on their territory?
Yeah, I think so. And also, I mean, I was thinking this morning about Keir Starmer's first year as Labour leader, and I struggled to think of any policy or any kind of, exciting, eye-catching thing that he said. And I know he's had an incredibly difficult job, but, what is his vision? What does he want to do? And just sort of saying, well, at least I'm not Jeremy Corbyn, it's not good enough, is it?
Thanks very much, Helen.
And Rob, thanks very much to you as well, Rob Parsons in Leeds. Really grateful to you. So let me turn once again to Laura. Some interesting thoughts there with Laura, not least about where Labour goes if this day pans out in the way that it looks at the moment. Let's not take everything for granted, but there are not great signs there for Labour so far. So what kind of response could we expect from Keir Starmer?
Well, I think that his team are likely to try to sort of punch quite hard out of this. This is clearly, in the early phases, a really big drubbing for them, no question about that. They are, though, no doubt, going to come under pressure from the left. We know the Socialist Campaign Group of MPs, people who were loyal to Jeremy Corbyn, are likely to meet in the next few days to talk about what to do, to put forward their own ideas, maybe to suggest even a sort of federal Labour Party, changing the structures. But I think it's also likely that the top team might be reshuffled. He may well move his front bench around to try to have some kind of feeling of a reset at Westminster. But I think that Keir Starmer's choice will be, I think, to double down, actually, on what he's been trying to do. But as Helen Pidd was suggesting there, his allies know that they have not yet, perhaps for him, managed to distill down what it is he really wants to say. It's one thing talking about historic shifts. It's one thing talking about the terrible travails of the party under Jeremy Corbyn. But it's another to change the conversation to what he would actually want to do. He can't just be not Jeremy Corbyn. He can't just be a critic of Boris Johnson. And there is something of a gap there that they're going to have to try to fill.
We've spent the past few weeks talking, among other things, about allegations of Tory sleaze, of allegations of giving contracts to mates and all the rest of it. It doesn't seem to have had an impact on this basis.
No, it doesn't. And that's something the Conservatives all the way through were sort of saying, well, look, we're sure that nothing has really gone wrong here. Of course, we'll investigate on lots of different things. And there are lots of investigations that have been sort of preoccupying Westminster. But there's been a clear view from the Tory party that this isn't something right now that has been cutting through to voters. It seems as if that calculation has been borne out by these early results. And it's also, I think, for them a vindication of Boris Johnson's reputation at this stage as being a vote winner. And that is why, even though there are plenty of people in the Tory party who don't necessarily have any personal loyalty to Boris Johnson, they don't necessarily back him on every single thing. There are plenty of them who's also been raising their eyebrows about some of the things he's done in office. But at the end of the day, he's there because he's somebody who can win campaigns. And that, time and again, it appears now, has been vindicated, which is the thing that drives his critics absolutely wild. They may not like how he behaves, they may not like his personal style, but time and again, and it appears that this set of elections is confirming that, he's somebody who can turn out punters and actually win votes. And just very briefly, that tweet from Dominic Cummings that you mentioned, there's obviously absolutely gallons of bad blood now between those two men. But it's a reminder that this political strategy was deliberate, because politics is about a choice and it's about seizing opportunities, whether those are demographic changes, economic changes, geographic differences in the political patterns of this country. And we are seeing that that strategy at this early stage seems again for Boris Johnson to be bearing a lot of fruit.
Laura, can I just bring you to Scotland for a moment and talking about strategy in Scotland? You know, this tactical voting, who is the best party to save the union? You're talking about whether Labour's got a strategy. We haven't heard very much about any kind of Labour strategy to deal with the possibility of an independence referendum. So in fact, in key marginals, it may be that the Conservative vote will go up because tactically, Labour voters see the Tories as the best party to defend the union.
I think that's potentially absolutely right. You know, the Conservatives have been able to prosper to a degree in Scotland in the last few years because they have been the ones who've been able to identify very strongly with the unionist side of the argument. They've been seen as much more relevant in terms of being able to take that fight to the Scottish National Party, because Labour's vote seemed to have just sort of rotted away, and the party really in Scotland was in a sort of battle for relevance. Now, that new leader in Scotland for Scottish Labour, Anas Sarwar, seems to have been able to get some kind of zeitgeist during the campaign. He was suddenly very visible. But certainly in Labour insiders don't believe that they've been able to turn things around very dramatically, if indeed at all. So it is the Conservatives who've been able to be really the most prominent on the unionist side of the debate, even though when you think of their overall political support, certainly at Westminster, you know, they are very much small players, but the big players on the unionist side. But it will be fascinating to see, as you and Nick were discussing a while ago, whether tactical voting, which is very hard to get to, very hard to find evidence of, is actually a big factor. But if turnout on both sides is high, as Nick suggested, that may well be something that really has come together.
Thanks very much indeed, Laura.
Interesting thoughts there from Laura, and we'll talk to her again a little later in the day. But why don't we pause there? It's 4 minutes past 10, and there should be some results coming in as we approach lunchtime, so we'll explain what we're expecting. And we'll talk to some more guests, including John McDonnell, the former Shadow Chancellor, who will be joining us from Labour in just a few minutes' time. We'll ask him for his perspective on Hartlepool and some of these local authority results as well. So that'll be interesting. In the meantime, let's have the news once again with Ben.
Huw, thank you. Good morning. Here is a summary of the BBC News. The Conservatives have taken the parliamentary seat of Hartlepool in what is being described by Labour as a shattering result. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. Our political correspondent Helen Catt has this report.
I do hereby declare that Gillian Wendy Mortimer, commonly known as Jill Mortimer, is duly elected. Congratulations, Jill.
After decades of voting Labour, today Hartlepool has a Conservative MP. And it wasn't close. Jill Mortimer won by nearly 7,000 votes. She said her opponents had lost touch with voters.
Labour have taken people in Hartlepool for granted for too long. I heard this time and time again on the doorstep. People have had enough. And now, through this result, the people have spoken and they've made it clear it's time for change.
The Conservatives called it an historic result. 18 months after they took seat after seat in Northern England from Labour in the general election, another has turned blue. A blow-up Boris Johnson appeared in Hartlepool to mark the Tories' expected victory. The result showing the Prime Minister still commands support after Brexit. The Labour leader not speaking yet, but his party says it will listen and learn.
Absolutely shattering to see a Conservative MP elected in a place like Hartlepool after nearly 50 years. And I think what this shows is that although we have started to change since the cataclysm of the last general election, that change has clearly not gone far enough in order to win back the trust of the voters. And we've just seen that in spades, haven't we, in Hartlepool?
For the Conservatives, more celebrations as they took control of several councils. In Nuneaton and Bedworth Council in Warwickshire.
People respect what the Prime Minister has done during this pandemic. They think the vaccine rollout is phenomenal, and they think that given all the challenges that we've faced, that the Conservative government, the Prime Minister, has done a really good job in difficult circumstances, and many of those people on the doorsteps have been right behind him.
A win too in Dudley in the West Midlands. In Harlow in Essex, where they took the council from Labour. The race to count votes early here in Northumberland ended with a Conservative win too. Better news for Labour elsewhere in the North East, where they held on to several councils, including Newcastle and Gateshead, and their stronghold of Sunderland, although the Tories made inroads there too. In London, Labour's Sadiq Khan is seeking a second term. There are 13 city and regional mayors to be elected. Doncaster was the first result, a Labour mayor elected overnight. Ballot boxes have been gathered from all corners of Scotland, where the SNP are hoping to secure a majority in the Scottish Parliament. And in Wales, Labour will look to continue their run in power as votes are now counted for the 60 seats in the Senedd. The pandemic has already made these elections unusual. With much more counting still to be done, it'll be some time before the full picture of results is clear. Helen Catt, BBC News.
Now, the election results will keep coming in over the next few days, and for more live coverage of the results as they come in and expert analysis of what they mean for you, you can visit our website or the BBC News app. That's it from me. Let's go back now to elections 2021.
And welcome back wherever you're joining us from to our great big election show.
Indeed, Kirsty. And what I want to do now is to bring in a very familiar and experienced figure, the former Shadow Chancellor, Labour's John McDonnell. John, good morning to you.
Hi, Huw. Good morning.
Can I just share with you, John, what I've just had from John Curtis, our guru here, which I think will give us something to talk about as well. The results so far, he says, from the key wards, the BBC study, show that Leave and working class areas are moving more strongly to the Conservatives than our Remain and more middle-class places. In the most Leave voting areas, where the last elections were in 2016, the swing from Labour to the Tories is averaging 12 points. In contrast, in most Remain voting areas, there is currently hardly any swing to the Conservatives at all. Now, does that tally with your understanding, John?
Yes, it does. In the Brexit voting areas, like Hartlepool, the Brexit carryover still exists. There's no doubt about that. And you have to take that into account. But you shouldn't take that as just the main reason. There's a whole range of factors here that need to be taken into account. John Curtis's analysis demonstrates the Brexit effect. There is the COVID effect, which is actually, I think, more about not so much congratulating Boris Johnson about the rollout of vaccinations because of some of the really critical errors he made during the pandemic, but also in a pandemic, in a crisis like this, people then generally do rally around the government in power as well. But there's a third issue as well, I think, which is more important for the Labour Party, and I'm hoping we have a proper discussion about this in the Labour Party. In this election, Helen Jones made the point earlier, you cannot go into an election without any policy program, without explaining what sort of society you want. You can't send candidates out there naked without a policies to advocate. And it's interesting, in the mayoral elections, there's something different happening. And I think that's because the individual mayors are able to set out their local policy program and they're getting rewarded for it. Whereas the Labour Party nationally has traded off for quite a while this slogan, we're under new leadership, we're under new management. But if you're saying that, you've also got to say what that means in policy terms, and you have got to explain to people what sort of society you want to create. And that hasn't happened. And I think that policy vacuum is the issue that's got to be addressed now.
So if you were to spell out to viewers where that policy vacuum is at its most acute, where is it?
I think it's tackling the real issues that people are facing. Now, just take Hartlepool, for example. We have high levels of poverty, low wages, still unemployment, insecure work. I'd like to see a Labour leadership that actually says, look, we're going to end child poverty. We're going to end child poverty, full stop, and we're going to do it in the lifetime of one Parliament. We're going to make sure everyone has a minimum income guarantee. They get decent wages. We're going to make sure there's a jobs guarantee, and when people go into work, they're properly protected with trade union rights. Boom, you lay out a policy programme which demonstrates the sort of society you want to create. We didn't have that, and so there was a real vacuum there. And I think that's one of the key lessons to learn from this now. The Brexit overhang, accept that, you know, people voted the way they did in the Brexit election, if you like, in December 2019, respect that, accept that, move on, and then start talking about the society we want, which is a more equal society, a society in which no one lives in poverty, a society where there's a proper social care service, the NHS is properly funded, you don't insult NHS workers with a 1% pay rise. All of those issues, I think, should be at the forefront of a policy programme we develop. And of course, the investment in areas like that is about the Green New Deal and making sure that we get there, the jobs that people need and decent wages, proper trade union rights, and at the same time tackling climate change. All of that, a real vision for the future that will excite people again.
There'll be people watching, John, and you know it as well, in your party and elsewhere, who'll be thinking, well, hang on, Mr McDonnell was part of, a Labour leadership at the election in 2019, which, did extremely badly. And they'll be wondering, why you're offering this advice to Keir Starmer. You're clearly not a big fan of Keir Starmer. And I'm just wondering whether, this kind of approach that you have is actually saying that you're not giving him a chance.
No, well, I've never attacked Keir, and I've done everything I possibly can to ensure what happens is not what happened to Jeremy, because when Jeremy took over the leadership, we had large numbers of Labour Party MPs and others attacking him. There were even coups. And I said from the beginning that would never come from me with regard to Keir. He was elected democratically the new leader, and I've supported him throughout. But what I'm saying, you've got to have constructive criticism as well. And actually, after the last general election, it was me within 24 hours who said, if you want to blame anyone, blame me. But learn the lessons from that. And the lessons basically is that actually we didn't allow ourselves to develop a real narrative. We had a good policy programme, but we had no overall narrative that demonstrated to people effectively the sort of society we want to create. I think we did in 2017, but we lost it by 2019. And then Brexit dominated the whole election. So you learn from that. And as we move on from Brexit, we then have to fill that political vacuum by saying, this is the society we're going to create. This is how actually we're going to achieve it. It's interesting, a lot of the policies that we advocated came from places like Hartlepool. I used to tour around every other Saturday and hold seminars in towns, and I'd listen to people, and our manifesto is constructed on that basis. Ironically, the Tories now are saying they're going to implement some of those policies, like the move of the Treasury out of London to places like Darlington, the investment in infrastructure. The problem is, I don't believe they'll actually do it. I don't believe they'll roll it out on the scale that's needed. And again, what we need to do is, I think now we need to be more radical than we were in December 2019, because the problems that people face are so much more severe.
John, Kirsty here in Edinburgh, you talk about being more radical, and you've also talked about not necessarily criticising Keir Starmer. But what about his leadership style? Because very early on in his leadership, it was very clear that the left was going to be frozen out. And now Labour chit-chat is about an early reshuffle, perhaps removing Annalise Dodds, whereas Jeremy Corbyn, and indeed you, were, I would say, probably pretty loyal to people you didn't necessarily agree with. Do you think an early reshuffle is actually the answer to this?
Look, from Keir's style, and this is not a criticism, I get on well with Keir on a personal basis. We worked together for a number of years, but Keir's style and the people around his office, as far as my understanding is the leader's office has largely controlled the whole nature of the campaigning, who goes on the media. Shadow cabinet members can't make a statement without the approval of the leader's office. They can't go on the media without the approval of the leader's office. So to actually then blame the shadow cabinet and do a reshuffle for the failure of this campaign, I think would be unfair. And I think it would be a real mistake as well. When Keir was elected, he was elected on the basis of a statement that said our policies in the last couple of manifestos were the foundational documents he would build upon, and he would unite the party. That he should fulfill that promise upon which he was elected. You shouldn't be blaming other people that you've appointed in the shadow cabinet when you've so centrally controlled the campaign. I actually think also learn the lessons of history. Learn the lessons from prime ministers like Harold Wilson, where what he did is he built cabinets of the left, right, and centre. They were rumbustious, but as a result of that debate, you got better policy decisions. And I think, that we always say the Labour Party is a broad church, left, right, and centre. That should be reflected right the way through the echelons of the party, right the way up to shadow cabinet. So I think it would be a mistake undertaking a reshuffle like that, or try to blame on others for what is really tactical or strategic decisions that have been made centrally, and I think have caused this problem.
And on the question of the curtains, because I think we should raise the curtains, as it were, it looks like the people of Hartlepool really didn't care very much about the whole issue of who paid for what. They had other more pressing concerns. So as the leader of the Labour Party, was it actually the dignified thing, wasn't actually the right thing to do, or a cheap trick to make that joke in John Lewis about curtains, when clearly people in Hartlepool want to know about their own standard of living?
You're asking someone whose jokes have fallen flat on every occasion I've ever tried to make one, I have to say. But let me just say this. What that did, it allowed Boris Johnson to turn what is, I think, quite a significant issue of corruption in government into something of a joke and insignificant. I don't think one of these issues is going to penetrate in by-elections or anything like that. But I do think over this coming period, and I think this is across all political parties, we have to have another discussion about standards of behaviour in government. And I don't like the word sleaze. Let's call it out for what it is, corruption. But at the same time, I don't like a Prime Minister who lies. And I think we should have an honest discussion about that, most probably on a cross-party basis, rather than just have it as political knockabout, because it's so fundamental to our democracy. If you have a Prime Minister who can't tell the difference between truth and lie, you have corruption in government about the distribution of contracts. That's something we haven't experienced in this country before. We should never allow our standards to slip in that way in the future. So I think there needs to be a real cross-party discussion about standards in government in the future. And then in some ways, I think in that way, people will make their judgment about politicians in the future and about the standards that they should adhere to. But I don't think it will be a central issue. The most important issues in places like Hartlepool is actually, have you got a decent roof over your head? Can you feed your children? And have you got a job? And those are the issues we've got to concentrate on.
John, good to talk to you again. And just a question on behalf of the team. How are your trombone lessons going?
It's best not to listen to me for the time being. Come back. My wife bought me some lessons. I have a weekly lesson with a wonderful young man. And I've noticed that the neighbours seem to leave their accommodation and their homes when I'm practicing. But
they say he's blowing his own trumpet again. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Yeah. Thanks, John. Thank you very much.
We'll see you again.
And now we're joined by Richard Holden, the Conservative MP for North West Durham, very firmly in the red wall, who won the seat from Labour's Laura Pidcock. First of all, on the issue of trust, we now know that the issues in Hartlepool were what people needed for their own standard of living, what they needed for their own children. But here in Scotland, Douglas Ross, the leader of the Conservative Party, said, if on the question of who paid what for whom, when, actually was found that Boris Johnson did break the ministerial code, he should resign. This may have been set to one side But it's not gone as an issue, is it? And we've just heard John McDonnell say there that issues of standards and behaviour will have to be addressed. You can be a vote winner, but still have problems with your personal probity.
Well, it's not an issue that's come up on here in the doorsteps of County Durham very much, but the issue of trust definitely came up in Hartlepool when I was out campaigning there, and it's trust about whether Keir Starmer means what he says, because it's a real issue with Labour, and that issue around Brexit. You know, they said in 2017 they'd go with it, and they didn't. Keir Starmer, at the forefront of that in 2019, now he's the leader. The truth is that the people here in the North East just don't trust Keir Starmer to fulfil what he says he's going to do. And that's one of the real issues I think Labour faced here, because they don't, if you don't trust the people's decision on Brexit, then why should they trust you with their MP?
We're also talking there to John McDonnell about the whole centralisation of what goes on within Labour, whereas actually Ben Houghton has actually gone out on his own way, if you want. I mean, for example, the nationalisation of the local airport, putting money into businesses, you know, acting very much in a kind of local democratic way, which we didn't hitherto see with previous Conservative administrations.
I think, look, Ben Houchen's been a fantastic mayor. You know, he came to power a few years ago with a very tight vote, and I hope we're really going to see him really succeed again this year. But it's not just about the airport in Tees Valley. It's about the free port, which is a major part of the government's agenda. It's about getting jobs and investment into the area. And it's about creating real local government. And I think this is what you're seeing in Northumbria today. I think it's what you're going to see here in County Durham today, is that people want a proactive local government who is really interested in inward investment, not in fighting historic battles of the past. And I think that's the difference that Ben's made. Ben has absolutely energised the Tees Valley. He's working with me and other MPs from across the region on transport infrastructure schemes. But I don't think this is, this isn't, I don't quite understand this sort of idea that Ben shouldn't be doing this. Ben's doing it because he's really good. You've got Andy Street down there in the West Midlands doing exactly the same. Proper civic community leadership. Not just these sinecures that we've seen for far too many Labour councillors in parts of the country for far too long.
But you can't also ignore the fact that we are in the most awkward times. We've had a massive pandemic, but I wonder if the vaccine rollout did give Boris Johnson a bounce where otherwise people would not have been so sympathetic.
I think what's really given the Conservative Party a bounce across the northeast of England and probably across the country, because you're seeing places like Harlow going to majority Conservative control, you know, places in the Midlands, you know, as well as here in the northeast. So I think it's across the peak. And this is the fact is that we're delivering the levelling up agenda. Yes, of course, you know, the government will, with the vaccine task force, the fact that we're so far ahead of the rest of Europe, you know, that's obviously going to have some impact. But this is really a positive vote. We've seen turnouts in my constituency up by half, you know, from 25 to, 30, 40% in local elections. Some of my wards are at 55% turnout in local elections this year. They're going out there voting for Conservative candidates the first time in a lot of these areas. I go into these elections with no Conservative councillors. I can tell you now, from the Louisa Centre behind me and Spennymoor, where the count's happening today, we're going to have some Conservative councillors coming out of them later. The doorsteps have been
Richard,
phenomenal
thank you
round.
very much indeed.
Right.
Richard, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just say I was very impressed with Richard's camera work there, because I think he was actually on his iPhone or whatever phone he has on a kind of selfie stick, or maybe actually his arm, but actually it was very, very impressive and pretty stable, and lots of my camera colleagues will be rather envious at that skill, I would have thought. So well done to him. That was Richard Holden there. So we've been talking about local authorities in England and some of the important trends. We've been talking about Scotland and what's at stake there, not least for the future of the Union, of the United Kingdom. There are 60 seats up for the Welsh Parliament, the Senedd, and that again is interesting because it is a Labour administration that's been there in Cardiff, either in coalition or not, for the last 22 years. And they are facing a tough challenge, partly from the Conservatives and partly from Plaid Cymru. So if we want an example of Welsh Labour having to fight off a Conservative challenge, we can go to the Vale of Glamorgan, which is not far from Cardiff, lovely part of the world. And this is the count going on in Barry, the famous former coal dock in Barry, which is part of the Vale of Glamorgan. And this has been, in Westminster terms, a Labour Conservative seat. It's Conservative at the moment. In Senedd terms, in Cardiff Bay, it has been Labour all along. A very well-known member of the Senedd, Jane Hutt, who's been a former finance minister in the Welsh Government. So she has decided to stand again. Some people thought she might stand down, but she's standing again. And the Conservatives have been making very confident noises about this seat, as they have about other seats in Wales, not least in the northeast of Wales. So there's a big challenge for Labour. Let's see how that works out with the Conservatives. Ione Wells is in Cardiff, keeping an eye on everything for us. What can we expect?
Well, Huw, as you say, this is a defensive election for Labour. They've been in power since devolution began here in Wales for more than 2 decades. So the big question really today is how many of their seats might the opposition parties be able to chip away at? Now, as you say, the big threat really here that they face is from the Conservatives, particularly in the northeast of Wales, the so-called Red Wall area where Labour lost a number of seats to the Conservatives at the 2019 general election on a UK level. That's one of the kind of key areas to watch in this election. Also, as you've just touched on there, the Vale of Glamorgan in South Wales. Again, a Tory seat in Westminster, Labour in the Senedd. That's somewhere that the Tories have got their eye on. And a number of people I've been speaking to this week pretty confident that they have increased support there. I mean, it's telling, for example, that the Prime Minister just this week was wheeled out to go campaigning in Barry in the Vale of Glamorgan, a sign that, you know, they think they're pretty confident that they may be able to make gains there as well. A couple of seats to watch out for as well, where Labour and Plaid Cymru are in direct competition with one another, particularly Llanelli, which is the most marginal seat in Wales. That's a seat which Plaid Cymru are really keen to nab from the Labour Party. Also Rhondda, one which is currently held by Plaid, but which Labour really would like to win back. That was a bit of a surprise win for Plaid Cymru at the last election in 2016. So there's a couple of key seats there to watch out for. The other thing, of course, to remember when it comes to Senedd elections is that, as you've touched on, no party has ever won a majority here. Labour have been in power since devolution began, but with the support of other parties as well. So if by this evening we're seeing the numbers go that way again, it may be that parties are going to start having to look a bit about, you know, what deals may or may not they be able to put on the table with other parties as well.
Two very different campaigns by Boris Johnson in Wales and Scotland. He was in Barry just on Tuesday, yet he hasn't set foot in Scotland throughout this whole election campaign. I wonder what the calculation might be there.
That's right, Kirsty. I mean, I think it's quite interesting. I've spoken to a number of sources about this in the Conservative Party, and they are acknowledging that Boris Johnson as a figure isn't particularly popular in Scotland. However, the picture's a bit different in Wales. You know, both sources on both the Conservative side and the Labour Party here in Wales have kind of characterised this campaign really as a bit of a contest between Boris Johnson and the Welsh Labour leader Mark Drakeford. Interestingly, the Labour UK leader Keir Starmer not really playing as big a role in this campaign in Wales. Obviously, we've heard a lot this morning about Hartlepool and about this being a kind of, you know, on a UK-wide level, these results being a test for Keir Starmer. Don't think that's really the case here. I think we've got to remember just how much of a spotlight the last year and a half has given to the Labour leader Mark Drakeford. He's been on TV giving COVID press conferences all the time. He's somebody who polls suggest actually more people in Wales have an opinion on than on the UK Labour leader Keir Starmer. I heard even from one Labour MP the other day that they were out campaigning and they were in a pub which had quite a kind of mixed demographic, but certainly quite a sort of Brexit supporting area. And Mark Drakeford walked in and people just got up and started applauding. It's almost like he's been a bit of a celebrity really on this campaign trail. And that's something which Labour certainly have in their favour in this campaign. So very much a kind of race between him as a leader and Boris Johnson, who, as we've discussed already, led the Conservatives on a UK level to a very successful result here in 2019, winning 6 seats overall in Wales.
Ione, that's fascinating, and they're themes that we want to pick up a little later. Quick reminder, what are you expecting first, sorry, as a result? The earliest thing you're expecting?
Well, we haven't got sort of set times in terms of exact results, but I think some to watch out for early on are going to be Carmarthen East and Dynevor. This is the seat held by the Plaid Cymru leader Adam Price. That's one we're expecting early on. Another one we're expecting earlier on today is Vale of Clwyd. Now, this one is going to be really interesting to watch because this is one of those northeast red wall seats which the Conservatives really want to win from Labour, and it's one that's going to be fought on very, very tight margins as well.
Ione, good to talk to you. Thank you.
And now we can have Ben and the news and also hopefully on the weather because it's very changeable here in Edinburgh.
Yeah, Kirsty, thank you very much indeed. Good morning. Here is a summary of the BBC News. And Labour has described the loss of its parliamentary seat of Hartlepool to the Conservatives in a by-election as absolutely shattering. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. She has a resounding majority of 6,940. Well, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer was asked about the loss of the Hartlepool constituency this morning as he left home, but he has yet to comment. The Tories have also made gains across local councils. They have taken control of 4 councils, gaining 57 seats compared to Labour losses of 60 seats. 17 local authorities have declared their results, but there are 126 which are still counting votes. And as we've been hearing, counting in the Scottish parliamentary election began this morning. Voters were choosing 129 MSPs to be elected to the Scottish Parliament, but COVID restrictions meant there was no overnight vote counting this year. The final results are expected on Saturday. Counting's also begun in the Welsh elections to the Senedd, 60 seats up for grabs, and some voters reported queues outside polling stations. Most results are expected this afternoon and into the early evening. Results in 4 Wales Police and Crime Commissioner elections are due on Sunday. Meanwhile, the first result in the regional mayoral elections has been announced. Labour's Ros Jones has secured a 3rd term as Doncaster's mayor, with a majority of over 10,000. Votes are still being counted for the 12 other directly elected mayors, but results are not expected until the weekend.
Welcome back from Kirsty and from me here at the BBC's election studios in London and in Edinburgh. We've been talking about the importance of the elections in Scotland. We mentioned Wales just before we went to the news there. Let's have another look then at the local elections in England. 143 local authorities, plus mayoral contests, plus police and crime commissioners. They're coming as well a bit later on. Now, the interesting thing here is that we've been talking all along about what will be the effect of the pandemic? Is this going to be a COVID election? Will turnout be down? Campaigning has been hampered. People haven't been able to knock on doors as they wanted to. So the effect of the pandemic clearly was, in many people's view, going to lead to a much lower turnout. Well, according to Sir John Curtis, and we'll talk to John a little later on, the turnout in the English local elections at this stage, if anything, is not down, it's slightly up. John's saying there's little sign that the pandemic has had a negative impact on turnout in the local council elections in England. Currently, it's running slightly above the position in 2016-17, and this suggests that in the end, the turnout will be around 35%, which is typical of the position for English local elections. So that's a very interesting note from John and context for us as we see more of these results coming in. So let's update on where the local results are. There have been some notable Conservative gains. The story so far is not a good one for Labour, and it's a very encouraging one for the Conservatives. Reeta, tell us more.
As you say, encouraging picture for the Conservatives here. Here are some of the latest results that we've had in overnight and into the early hours of the morning. And what they do suggest is that particularly in Leave voting areas, the Conservatives have really advanced. So in Dudley, Harlow, Nuneaton and also Northumberland, these are all Conservative gains. Redditch and Thurrock they've hung on to, and the 2 Labour holds here are Oldham and Sunderland. Now, what we are also looking at here, though, as well as the Leave Remain divide, is the fact that we've got in a sense, two sets of elections being fought this time round, because last year's that were meant to be held were delayed because of COVID. That is going to may make something of a difference in the way in which we interpret the results, and I want to show you how. So Redditch, for example, which is just south of Birmingham, this result came in the small hours, about 2:30 in the morning. It's a Conservative hold. Now, these seats were last up for election in 2016. That's important because back then, both Labour and the Conservatives were roughly level pegging in terms of their share of the vote. Whereas now, the opinion polls suggest that the Conservatives are doing considerably better than Labour. That's important because we would then expect to see the Conservatives really going ahead in a seat in a council like Redditch, so in the seats that are up here. And if we take a look at the figures, they'll just show you, Labour's lost 7 seats, Conservatives have gained those 7 seats, and the share of the vote, Conservatives getting over half of the vote. And look at that share change since last time these seats were up. Conservatives up 27%, clearly benefiting massively from the drop in the UKIP vote. Now, I want to contrast Redditch, so a really strong performance by the Conservatives in Redditch, with their gain in Northumberland. Now, Northumberland was last up for election in 2017. That's important because in 2017, the Conservatives performed very well. They were 10 percentage points ahead of Labour. It was a high watermark. They were further ahead of Labour than the opinion polls suggest that they are now. So we would expect the advance by the Conservatives to be rather less here. You might ask me why I'm saying that, because it's a Conservative gain. It is. They have gained this council. They've now got a majority of 1. Labour have lost 3 seats, but it is the change in the share of the vote that's so interesting. Look at that. Labour has actually put on a bit of support in Northumberland. So although this is, of course, undoubtedly a good result for the Conservatives, there are nuances behind the overall result. Let me just show you where we are in terms of overall figures. So we've only had 16 of the councils, so we're very early in the day, 16 out of 143 councils declared, and that is the scoreboard in terms of where we are with all of the parties.
Reeta, thank you very much. Earlier, we were talking to the former Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, who was, of course, the key member, really, in Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, and he was saying, look, one of our problems is that we are simply not talking the kind of language that voters want to hear. We're not talking in the language that people want. And there's been lots of interesting Labour reaction, some of it on the record, some of it off the record, along the lines of what John was telling us. Have a look at this from Luke Akers, who's a Labour NEC member. And he's saying this: if you're one of the massive slice of the public who's older, or a car driver, or a homeowner, or voted for Brexit, you would think the Tories care about you and Labour doesn't. Until we change that, those people will increasingly not vote for us and we will not win. Now, this is a theme, I think, that we are going to hear more about as the day goes on and as the results come in. Vicky Young is with us now, our Deputy Political Editor, keeping me company here in the studio. Vicky, can we start with that Luke Akers quote? Because does that tally with what you're hearing from Labour?
Yeah, we're going to, as you say, get a lot of that from MPs who I would say, Labour MPs all over the country, actually, who are deeply alarmed, actually. I think because we've heard Keir Starmer talk about the huge mountain Labour has to climb. We all know that. They've had some devastating general election results. It's about getting back onto that and making those steps. What they're really worried about is they're still falling down that mountain, and that's what they think some of these results are showing. Now, part of that is about understanding why people vote Conservative. It's a basic point, but it's one that they fear that the Labour Party hasn't yet grasped. There's been lots of analysis of what went wrong in 2019. There are obviously lots in the party who blame Jeremy Corbyn and his leadership. They think that really did fracture the relationship with many of their traditional seats. But now it's about how do you rebuild that? Can you rebuild that? One Labour source saying to us, actually, we've got to change, otherwise we are on the precipice of never being relevant again. And that word, relevant or irrelevant, that's come up. I've spoken to Labour MPs this morning saying they don't have anything to say to the electorate. Now, they understand that Sir Keir Starmer's plan was to come in, the first year really to talk about being under different management, because he did feel that there was a problem with Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. But now it's about what happens next when it comes to policy, and a fear too amongst some Labour MPs that actually you're going to have to upset some Labour Party members. You're going to have to say some things that they won't like. They've got to start understanding why people vote for Boris Johnson, and lots of them cannot understand that. And until they do, they're not going to be able to come up with the policies that then lead potentially to clawing back. And the real fear for some is that they've seen what's happened to Labour in Scotland, and they fear now it's moving to the northeast of England and to the Midlands. And where are they going to get their votes from?
So the brutal question there is, 1 year into Keir Starmer's leadership, are you detecting that there is an increase in the number of party colleagues who are losing faith in his ability to deliver, or is it too early to say that?
I don't think there's the sense that they're going to move against him at the moment, but I think there is a sense that something much more radical has to be done in terms of policy. And that is, as one said to me, it's not just about tacking a little bit one way or the other. It's got to be a complete shift in direction and not worrying so much about unity. Now, you can see why Sir Keir Starmer's team would say the party had been riven by internal fighting because of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership and the reaction from, mainly the Labour Party in Parliament. And he had to talk about unity. And of course, it's been difficult. There's been a pandemic. Getting involved and being a constructive opposition is difficult too, being too critical. People do, in a way, want to pull behind a government when you're in a national crisis. There's been all sorts of elements of that. But I think from now, he's going to have to show that he's got those policy ideas that are relevant to people, they would say, not just in metropolitan areas, not just in university areas, not just amongst the well-educated, but in those places where Labour, over the years have had huge support, but it seems to have shifted away from them.
OK, we'll talk a bit more about that as more results come in, Vicky, because, some of the results may present different patterns for us. And of course, we'll talk about the other parties as well. But for now, thanks.
And now we're joined by Stephen Bush from New Statesman, who's in central London, and Katie Balls of The Spectator, who is at Westminster. So much to unpick this morning. Good morning to both of you. Katie Balls, first of all. Now, do you think that after all the noise and bluster over the last 2 or 3 weeks about sleaze and Boris Johnson, the sleaze is now ebbing away quickly?
Yeah, I think we can see that when we're looking at the results coming in, Wallpapergate, as it has come to be known, has not dented the Tories in the way that Labour would have hoped it would. And ultimately, it's other issues that I think have been the dominant ones in motivating people to get out there and, in what it seems many areas, continue to vote Conservative. I think that if you're looking at the sleaze allegations, a lot of those are going to run their own course. If you look at the Electoral Commission inquiry into the number 10 flat. But in terms of Boris Johnson's stock right now in the Tory party, it's incredibly high. He has a transactional relationship with his party. They back him because they think he's a winner. I think that the results coming in are going to confirm that view amongst his MPs.
Well, you are always laser focused on what's going on in Downing Street. And I wonder if you think, Katie, that after this, the whole Downing Street situation will settle down. We'll have people in position who are consolidating their position, and there will actually be a calming of the waters at Downing Street.
I mean, I think potentially that could happen. I think the other thing that might happen is MPs just accept that Downing Street can be quite a chaotic place. And perhaps that's not such a problem to them if you're getting results like this. Because ultimately, the factional infighting in number 10, I think, is about more than just results. It goes back, to various rows in the past. And actually, Tory MPs will mind a lot less about that as long as they don't think it's affecting them in terms of their seats.
Stephen, can I bring you in? It's Huw. I'm just wondering what you make of the elements of the debate, and, they are early elements, I admit that, about what Labour's response should be. We've had some voices already, but given what's going on in Hartlepool and the trend that we're seeing elsewhere so far, where do you think that Labour debate will go?
I mean, with the massive disclaimer, then it's, I think, very difficult to say when we don't have results from two very important battlegrounds for the Labour Party, Wales and London, right? Yeah. Because let's imagine a situation where Mark Drakeford carries all before him. Yeah, a hugely popular politician, surprised a lot of people who thought that the Welsh Labour Party might struggle after Karen Jones stepped down. If he can point to having one seat, back in the Red Wall, those seats in the north of Wales that they lost in 2019, then that will be an argument that, oh look, here's a way that we can win again. If in London, say, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens enjoy a revival, actually Labour goes backwards, that might then cause people to go, oh, but look, we haven't managed to take a bite out of the votes that we've been losing to the Conservatives in the last decade, and we've created another problem in our other heartland. So at the moment, I think it's quite hard to predict exactly how this debate's going to shake out without those results. But I think it's fascinating that you have Labour people saying we need to understand why people vote Tory, and none of them really seem to be willing to entertain the opinion on either the right or the left of the Labour Party that maybe the main thing that these local elections are about is that people can go outside, enjoy a meal cooked by someone other than themselves outside their own home. In a couple of weeks' time, they'll be able to hug their mothers, their siblings, etc., etc. And it does feel a bit strange when the Labour Party has decided that what these results are really about is them.
Stephen, Kirsty here. Just when you look at, the Tories have taken Basildon, so we're talking about Basildon, we're talking about the North East and the Red Wall. This is not geographically constrained at the moment. The Conservatives are doing pretty well all over where the results are coming in. Now that must be a much more major worry for Labour.
Yeah, as I say, the difficulty is at the moment we don't have quite a large chunk of results, not least Basildon is another one of the 2016 results. So an era when UKIP were doing well, the Liberal Democrats were doing well, and before the very big successes of the Greens in 2017, 18 and particularly 19. So it's still possible that all of this looks quite different when we have those results from an election a lot more like the politics we have now. No UKIP vote in 2017 to speak of, two big parties duking it out. At the moment, of course, as you say, in some ways the worries are easier because they just have a problem with everywhere where there aren't loads of graduates, everywhere outside of the core cities. So that means Labour's debate is not that fraught. But as I say, if at the end of the day, Labour MPs in cities are going, actually, this has created a problem for me because the Greens are now a strong second in my seat, or the Lib Dems, who I won this seat from in 2015 or 2010, they look like they're coming back. That's, I think, when the debate becomes properly fraught, because at the moment, Labour's problem is everywhere, but it's only in one direction. Not a great situation from winning an election, but in terms of their internal health, that's a better place for them to be in debate-wise.
Stephen, good of you to join us. Thank you very much. And Katie, lovely to have you with us. Thank you.
Huw, so things are sort of shaking down early on to say that the consolidation of the Conservative vote may actually be replicated in Scotland, as they are seen as the main party to save the Union, which spells bad news for Labour in Scotland as well.
Well, I thought Stephen, on that point actually, Kirsty, I thought Stephen made a very, very interesting point there about the situation in parts of Wales, because, if you want to test, which parallels some of those in Scotland, in these parliaments, if you want a test of the Conservatives against Labour in traditional Labour areas, well, then North East Wales provides that. The areas around Wrexham and Clwyd South and the Vale of Clwyd and, Eileanan and Donside and Delyn, these are seats which really were heavy Brexit areas, most of which went to the Conservatives in the last general election. And they've been areas where Labour this time has been putting a lot of work in. So if we want a barometer of where Labour can show it can do well, and Stephen's suggesting that that might give some comfort to Keir Starmer, well then that's one of the areas we need to focus on today, because I think it provides us with a really good example of Labour under pressure from the Conservatives.
Mind you, it was so interesting hearing Adonis say that the big tickets, the big personalities in Wales latterly have been Mark Drakeford and Boris Johnson. That there's no doubt that Mark Drakeford has really come through on a personal level through the pandemic and actually shown people what he can do with the power of devolution.
Well, I think some of it is partly to do with the obvious, Kirsty. You've got Boris Johnson chairing those press conferences almost on a daily basis, millions of people watching them day after day after day. So clearly, apart from the fact that he's Prime Minister, he's had even more kind of visibility in that sense. Mark Drakeford is a very interesting case because he was seen before as, you know, a decent, quiet man, not very exciting. I don't mean any offence to you, Mark, at all, if you're watching. But, you know, not seen as somebody who's going to set the world alight. Well, actually, those qualities seem to have commended themselves. Yes, he's done his daily press conferences. Yes, his visibility has gone up. But actually, people telling me when I go back to Wales, certainly, and people in the polls are saying they rather like the quality of, you know, steady, safe, slightly academic, measured approach. All of it sort of carefully stated. People have been reassured by that. So there are different forms of celebrity. You can have the Boris Johnson show celebrity, have a bit of fun, and you can have the celebrity of someone like Mark Drakeford, who takes a completely different approach to things. But, you know, this is all politics. And, you know, to suggest that people fall for one style because it's a bit more, I don't know, showbiz, is completely wrong. You know, voters will focus on who is delivering. There's no question about that. And that, I think, is why Mark Drakeford, with the vaccine rollout, for example, has been, you know, has seen his popularity go up.
Yeah. Joined now by Rob Mayer in Walsall. Rob, our correspondent in Walsall today. I mean, this is West Midlands, this is Andy Street coming up. The Conservatives have put on votes. They held the council, but they've actually increased their vote. What is the atmosphere like there?
Well, following on from those Labour disasters in Hartlepool and elsewhere, Kirsty, we've had the same in the Midlands overnight. The Conservatives winning Nuneaton and Bedworth, picking up 11 seats, taking control of Dudley and winning gaining 12 seats in the process. Also holding on to Redditch and winning all 9 seats that were up for election there. There will be counting will get underway here in Walsall in a couple of hours, but Conservatives have a real spring in their step about what they might expect over the next day and a half or so, expecting to make gains not only here in Walsall but also places like Wolverhampton, where they've struggled for years, Sandwell, which until recently was a council where 72 of the seats were held by 72 Labour councillors. And of course, big worries on the Labour side about what this all means for the West Midlands mayor election and whether Liam Byrne can topple Andy Street. I was in a sports hall in Dudley about 7 o'clock this morning as the results were trickling in, and one Conservative councillor said to me, look, usually at this point we've done our count, I go to bed and get some sleep. He said, I'm definitely staying up to watch this time.
So, in fact, the Liam Byrne, 2 weeks ago, Liam Byrne was full of bravado that he was going to win in West Midlands. Do you think unlikely?
It feels like he's up against it. You know, Labour have done terribly in places like Dudley overnight. You speak to Labour councillors, they're not sure the campaign has gone well enough, and that Liam Byrne hasn't spent enough time, perhaps, in places like the Black Country. Of course, he's relying on a big Labour vote in Birmingham, but there are no local elections in Birmingham this time, no local council elections. So they are worried about what the turnout will be there and whether it will be enough for Liam Byrne to get past Andy Street. Andy Street seems to have a spring in his step over the last couple of days, but has been stressing that it was very, very close, just 1% the difference last time. So we'll find out on mid-afternoon on Saturday. But yeah, Labour supporters here really, really worried about what's to come over the next 24 hours.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob.
We'll have the news in just a moment, but we're getting more reaction in from within the Labour Party and to some of the results that we've had so far. Basildon in Essex, we talked about it earlier. Gavin Callaghan, the council leader, says this. The overall results are a bitter blow for Basildon. Means I will no longer be leader of the council. I regret that we will not have the chance to continue making the progress in changing the council, transforming our borough that we have set in motion. I wish my Conservative successor as leader of the council every success. And the problem is, of course, for Labour and indeed for lots of independents who are fighting, is that there is this surge of Conservative support that we're seeing in many parts of England, certainly. And we'll see if that continues as the day goes on. Let's catch up with the news, and it's Ben.
Huw, good morning. Thank you very much. Here is a summary of the BBC News. The Conservatives have taken the parliamentary seat of Hartlepool in what is being described by Labour as a shattering result. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. Our political correspondent Helen Catt has this report.
I do hereby declare that Gillian Wendy Mortimer, commonly known as Jill Mortimer, is duly elected. Congratulations.
After decades of voting Labour, today Hartlepool has a Conservative MP. And it wasn't close. Jill Mortimer won by nearly 7,000 votes. She said her opponents had lost touch with voters.
Labour have taken people in Hartlepool for granted for too long. I heard this time and time again on the doorstep. People have had enough. And now, through this result, the people have spoken and they've made it clear it's time for change.
The Conservatives called it an historic result. 18 months after they took seat after seat in Northern England from Labour in the general election, another has turned blue. A blow-up Boris Johnson appeared in Hartlepool to mark the Tories' expected victory. The result showing the Prime Minister still commands support after Brexit. The Labour leader not speaking yet, but his party says it will listen and learn.
The question for us is, how do we make sure that we get heard? How do we make sure that our ideas are communicated in a positive and practical way, and that we are able to bring people with us, which quite clearly in the case of Hartlepool we haven't done. So yes, we have to ask ourselves that question. I think everybody understands the need for change, and that is where our focus should be.
For the Conservatives, more celebrations as they took control of several councils. In Nuneaton and Bedworth Council in Warwickshire.
People respect what the Prime Minister has done during this pandemic. They think the vaccine rollout is phenomenal, and they think that given all the challenges that we've faced, that the Conservative government, the Prime Minister, has done a really good job in difficult circumstances, and many of those people on the doorsteps have been right behind him.
A win too in Dudley in the West Midlands. In Harlow in Essex, where they took the council from Labour. The race to count votes early here in Northumberland ended with a Conservative win too. Better news for Labour elsewhere in the North East, where they held on to several councils, including Newcastle and Gateshead, and their stronghold of Sunderland, although the Tories made inroads there too. In London, Labour's Sadiq Khan is seeking a second term. There are 13 city and regional mayors to be elected. Doncaster was the first result, a Labour mayor elected overnight. Ballot boxes have been gathered from all corners of Scotland, where the SNP are hoping to secure a majority in the Scottish Parliament. Both those who are pro-independence and those against keeping a close eye on how the votes are stacking up. And in Wales, Labour will look to continue their run in power as votes are now counted for the 60 seats in the Senedd. The pandemic has already made these elections unusual. With much more counting still to be done, it'll be some time before the full picture of results is clear. Helen Catt, BBC News.
The election results will keep coming in over the next few days, and you can find out the latest results where you live by just entering your postcode into our search tool on our BBC News website or the BBC News app. For now, though, let's go back to elections 2021.
Just turned 11 o'clock, and thanks to Ben for the news. Welcome from Kirsty and from me once again. We are just waiting for the flood of results to come in across England, Scotland and Wales. We've had a few significant ones already, haven't we, Kirsty?
We have indeed, and of course very significant is Basildon. Remember Basildon Man? We can be joined now by our correspondent Simon Dedman. Tories have done extremely well in Basildon. Take us through it.
Well, we still haven't had the flood of results, but we've had a very important trickle. We've had 4 wards which Labour should have held. They have lost 3 of them. And as I was saying the last time we spoke, Labour had a majority of 1 with independents. It basically means if the Conservatives hold everything they already have, they've got a majority. And in the last hour, as Huw was mentioning before the news, Gavin Callaghan, the Labour leader of Basildon, has already quit. He's changed his status on Twitter to former leader of Basildon Council, and he's standing down as the Labour group leader. The Conservatives walking around here have got smiles on their faces. They've been cheering when the results come in. Labour also tell me they expect to lose at least one other ward. So it is looking like the Conservatives are on course to take this council, as they did with Harlow in the early hours this morning. Meanwhile, on the county council, the Conservatives are still a net 4 down. That doesn't mean that they won't keep their majority, but so far it has been hit. The Lib Dems have made 1 net gain, and there's also been 3 gains for residents' parties.
Simon, thank you.
Interesting there in Basildon, so we'll see what happens. But we heard there that the former Labour leader of the council, as I was mentioning earlier, has already just said, well, you know, game over, even though all the results aren't in yet. Let's talk about Hartlepool once again, where Labour had a very bad result. The Conservatives had a very good result in the parliamentary by-election, just one parliamentary by-election taking place overnight. Let's talk to my colleague Megan Patterson, who's there. Megan, we've talked a lot here, and Kirsty has as well, about the factors. I'm just wondering, you know, do you put this down to some kind of feel-good factor around the vaccine rollout, about, you know, acknowledging that Brexit has happened? Or, you know, what are local people telling you that's behind this result?
Well, this morning, people here in Hartlepool, the ones we've spoken to anyway, seem to be in a fairly jubilant mood. Lots of people have said, well, it's time for a change, let's push forward, let's see what happens now. There does seem to be that sense of looking forward positively. It's been a difficult 18 months for many, many people here and across the country. This by-election for some might have been a chance to look forward to what the future is. Many people saying they feel that Boris Johnson's party has done a good job dealing with the pandemic. Of course, though, there are people on the other side, Labour campaigners, who felt that, well, this area has been neglected for too long. So there's a mixture of emotions this morning, but certainly a degree of surprise, if not shock, at this substantial victory for Jill Mortimer. Not just a victory for the Conservatives, but a almost 7,000 vote majority is quite a shock in this area, which was, of course, once considered Labour heartland. Peter Mandelson used to have a majority here. That feels like a very long time ago now. People here in Hartlepool keen for a fresh start. And obviously today is about celebrations for the Conservatives. It's about Labour looking at what they could do better. What do they do now? This should be a place where they can win. But for people in Hartlepool, from tomorrow they'll be asking, well, what happens now? There are pockets of deprivation here that need to be tackled. Unemployment is a big issue. There needs to be jobs, there needs to be investment. So today, yes, reflection, positivity, a bit of a bounce, but from tomorrow, well, what happens and how do we make it happen and to improve things here?
Megan, thank you very much. That's good to hear that. I want to stay talking about the northeast of England and bring in Laura Pidcock, the former Labour MP in County Durham, knows the area obviously extremely well. Laura, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
Well, you know this part of the world, as I say, like the back of your hand, really. And I'm just wondering, you know, when you see the Hartlepool result, did you expect a defeat for Labour on that scale?
I'm not shocked that there was a defeat in Hartlepool. It is obviously absolutely devastating that there is a Conservative MP representing Hartlepool as well, Huw. You know, results coming in from former coal mining communities like New Hartley and Seg Hill, where they're returning Tory county councillors. It's staggering. You know, in New Hartley, there was a pit disaster. There are strong or were strong connections to that Labour movement tied to industry. And what happened in Hartlepool, I think, is a result of lots of different things. I think I'll start by saying this, though, that, you know, the staggering cuts that have been given by government to local authorities and in every constituency feeling that pain. It isn't a victory for the people of Hartlepool to have a Tory MP. They might disassociate themselves with that national government cuts, but it is squarely with the government. You know, poverty pay, cuts to services, all of that has really hurt and harmed our communities, and that is on this government. But I do think that the Labour Party failed to communicate effectively in the last year about what we actually believe in, and that that, you know, of course, is with the leadership of the Labour Party. I think there was far too much introspection, far too many attacks on Labour members, the activist base, the people who go out and communicate the message about why people should vote for Labour. And I think that is a massive wasted amount of time, because, you know, we're coming out of a crisis now. People are really worried about the future. Still kind of this lingering sense of coronavirus being there, lots of restrictions. And what we need is a bold opposition who are speaking up for working class communities in all of their diversity, speaking for the whole of the United Kingdom, and taking on this terrible government.
I mean, there are lots of elements there, Laura. I mean, you know, we could talk for 2 hours about all of that, to be honest.
I'll stay on for 2 hours here if you want and chat.
Well, some other time, Laura, OK? But listen, I do want to just make this point, because it's come up several times. The suggestion, I don't know whether you were trying to suggest it, the suggestion that somehow people in Hartlepool were voting Conservative with a heavy heart, you know, that they were doing it reluctantly. There's been a lot of pushback on that, with people saying, hang on, we voted Conservative because we wanted to, because actually the Conservatives are speaking a language that we actually relate to, and Labour isn't doing that. Now, are you in a position to say, well, yes, there's a lot of wisdom in that, and the kind of bold policy platform that you're talking about needs to be in tune with what people find attractive. That is to say, investing in regions, that is to say, bringing jobs in, which lots of people say the Conservatives are now managing to do in the northeast of England. So what's the response to that?
Well, we have no material evidence of that investment. There is lots of superficial rhetoric about levelling up. It's vacuous, it's hollow, it'll deliver nothing for working class communities, because the problems are structural. And so if we're talking about endemic, you know, in-work poverty, pay, if we're talking about the decimation of the welfare system, which loads of people in work interact with and out of work, if we're talking about severe cuts to services, that all still exists. If we think about Durham County Council, they were forced to make £180 million worth of cuts, with 64 million on top of that by 2020. That's County Durham's people's money that they have taken from us.
Well,
and, you know, in terms of the heavy heart thing,
are you saying that people don't understand where those cuts are coming from, or that they're putting the blame in the wrong place? I mean, what's the logic of that?
Well, I was just going to take on your point about this heavy heart, you know, people saying about the heavy heart. I don't know, I feel like that might be a bit patronising. And I don't know why people, you know, with this long history of such pain against them inflicted by successive Conservative governments, why they would turn to them. I think it probably is a bit about a disassociation from the government with the cuts. So, you know, Boris Johnson pretending that he is not the establishment when he very, very much is. But I don't want to say like people are going out with a heavy heart. People make decisions about what they think will be best for them in their lives. And I think the Labour Party, whilst we have, you know, a massive amount of work went into what would transform communities, I don't think we've communicated that effectively enough. We've been through a year of a crisis, a year that Keir Starmer will never get back, where we have been far too timid with this government. This is a dangerous government, a government which wishes to restrict our civil liberties, which of course affects workers if they want to take industrial action or withdraw their labour or whatever. Where is the aggression against that kind of harm? Where is the aggression? Where is the pain, the hurt, the outpouring of grief at the 150,000 people who have died because of coronavirus, and all of the incompetencies of the government in handling this crisis? I think this is a complex picture. What is definitely clear to me is that what we don't need is to try and be more like the Tories. We need to be more socialist, in my view, speak to the concerns of working class people, whether you're in concert in County Durham or whether you're in, you know, a London borough. The experience of working class people is a complex and scary one in 2021. And there's no time for timidity around that. There's no time for kind of, you know, some of that kind of constructive narrative. We have to go at this government for what they are doing to our communities. And of course, regrettably, I think the leadership have also spent far too much time, as I said previously, attacking its base, attacking the activists, the people who are so loyal and were out there yesterday trying to return Labour councillors and a Labour MP.
So, Laura, Kirsty here in Edinburgh, just coming in on that, you don't want to be like the Tories, you need to be less like the Tories. Hi. Let's just talk about the possible cabinet reshuffle we're hearing about. You heard perhaps John McDonnell saying earlier, we need to return the party to being a broad church, which means presumably bringing the left in. I mean, would you be in favour of bringing back people like Richard Bergen, John McDonnell, Don Butler? Do you need to have a change of direction in the shadow cabinet?
We need, we need more socialists, not less. I want, I am a socialist inside the Labour Party, and I think a swing to the right would be disastrous. We're never going to outright the Tories. The Tories are conservatives, and people need to understand that all of the economic decisions that have been made by this government are rooted in conservatism. We are opposed to that. I do not want to see, markets prioritised over the health of people. I want to see the NHS remain in public hands, not to be privatised. We have to be really confident about those principles. And of course, Laura, having more people in the shadow cabinet with those views would be very helpful.
Well, Laura, on that point, they came for Corbyn after 16 months. How long do you give Keir Starmer if he can't change the weather for Labour in terms of strategy?
What I'd rather focus on is just how we make sure that we are countering this government. I'm not one for kind of getting involved in all the drama of like when and where and who's going to be next as leader. Should he stay? Should he not? I don't want to get into that because I just care about taking on this government. I don't think people realise how worried, how much in pain people are at the moment in our communities, how scared they are about the poverty that they face coming out of the coronavirus crisis. All of the people with eviction notices sat there thinking, who's representing me? Who in Parliament is going to be my voice? That's what I care about, and the Labour Party need to do that. We need to be the voice of all of the people who are harmed so deeply by this government.
Laura, thank you so much. We're slightly up against the clock, sorry, but you made lots of points that we will pick up on and talk about, but thanks for joining us, OK?
Thanks to both of you, thanks.
And now let's look pan-Scotland. David Wallace-Lockhart looks at the key seats to watch here in Scotland.
Let's have a look at some of the key constituencies in this Scottish election, starting with the most marginal seat, Dumbarton, found on the River Clyde in the west of Scotland. The seat's a mix of urban and rural, with hills and glens and lochs. It's also the site of the Faslane nuclear submarine base. Remember, it's SNP policy to get nuclear weapons out of Scotland. Scottish Labour's deputy leader, Jackie Baillie, has held the seat since devolution. But in recent years, the SNP has been gaining ground, and Jackie Baillie held her seat last time by just 109 votes. So it's a really hotly contested seat, and Tony Giuliano hopes to be the man to take it for the SNP as they seek that majority. Every vote counted here could carry huge implications. Let's head to the heart of Scotland's capital now, and the seat of Edinburgh Central. Famous for its festival, Edinburgh Castle, and the Scottish Parliament itself. No matter who comes out on top, there will be a new MSP here, because Ruth Davidson, the former Scottish Conservative leader, is standing down. She'll be taking up a seat in the House of Lords. She ousted the SNP at the last election. Before that, it was a Labour stronghold. Ruth Davidson's majority in 2016 was thin, at just over 600 votes, and the SNP candidate is no newcomer. It's former leader of the party at Westminster, Angus Robertson. He'll take on Scott Douglas for the Tories. Brexit could be an issue here. The seat voted 69% to remain. Will voters here like the SNP policy of taking Scotland back into the EU? This is the sort of seat we'd expect the SNP to win if it's to achieve a majority. Let's head north to whisky country, to Murray. It's not just distilleries here. There's farming, forestry and fishing. And it's fishing in the wake of that Brexit deal that could be an important factor here. Many in the industry don't feel that deal ultimately reflected the future they were promised. The SNP's Richard Lochhead is looking to hold on to the seat. He's a Scottish Government minister. In 2016, it was Douglas Ross, now leader of the Scottish Conservatives, who made gains for the Tories here. He was then elected to Holyrood via the regional list before resigning when he went to Westminster in 2017. The Conservatives will have to perform well to win here, and the candidate tasked with that is former police officer Tim Eagle. Now, to East Lothian, just to the east of Edinburgh. It's been a Labour heartland ever since the first Scottish election in 1999. It's a big rural constituency and its coast is dotted with famous golf courses. At the last election, Ian Gray won the seat. He's a former Labour leader in Scotland. He's standing down, so a new MSP will be coming. In 2016, the SNP came close to winning the seat. The Labour majority is just over 1,100 votes, and their candidate is Martin Whitfield, a former MP for the corresponding Westminster seat. So he's not an unknown face, and he looks to be in battle with the SNP's Paul McLennan. Talking of the MP for this area, the current one, Kenny McCaskill, has defected from the SNP to Alex Salmond's new Alpha party. Now, on paper, that's got nothing to do with this election, but could there be a backlash from SNP supporters angry that their Westminster representative has changed parties without facing a by-election? On a good day, this is the kind of seat Labour will hold on to, but the SNP could come through and take it where they missed out last time. Or can the Conservatives, who saw a big jump in their vote share in 2016, take advantage? Last but not least, let's have a look at Glasgow's south side. Unlike the others, this one isn't marginal, but still see two party leaders go head to head. Nicola Sturgeon of the SNP and Anna Sarwar of Scottish Labour are both running here. The seat was created in 2011 and Nicola Sturgeon has held it since. She's got a huge majority. Last time, Labour took a big hit here. Anna Sarwar is very unlikely to win. He's standing in his home constituency to try and make some progress in a city that was once a Labour heartland but is now firmly SNP. A welcome sign of progress for him would be eating into the SNP's dominance here. The Scottish Labour leader is also among his party's list candidates, so regardless of what happens in this seat, he should be returned to Holyrood through that route. So that's some of the key seats to watch, and any of them changing hands could have significant consequences.
Thanks very much, David. And David there was particularly early on talking about Dumbarton. Dumbarton, majority for Labour, just 109 votes. SNP are harrying them in Dumbarton. But Hope Webb in Clydebank is at the Dumbarton count. This is the first count that we can go to in Scotland. Good morning, Hope. What are we on course for here, roughly in terms of time, do we think? We're early afternoon?
Yeah, well, like you say, all eyes are on the Dumbarton constituency here, but it's not the first one that we will hear a declaration from. We're expecting a declaration for the Clydebank and Mulgai constituency just after noon, so an early declaration here. Now, the candidate is current SNP Gil Patterson, but he is stepping down in this election, so the SNP are hoping to replace him with Mary McNair. The second party last time around in 2016 was Labour, but it is expected to be an SNP hold. But all eyes are on Dumbarton, where, as you say, Jackie Baillie has held that seat since 1999, the year of the creation of the Scottish Parliament. But it is Scotland's most marginal seat. Last time around in 2016, she held on by just 109 votes. So it is an anticipated wait to see if she can cling on to that, or whether those progression the SNP has made in the last few years will be just enough to turn it yellow.
Well, we were hearing from Nick Early later, and we're just about to hear from him earlier. We're just about to hear from him again. But he was saying that the issue, particularly in Dumbarton, might mean the consolidation of the unionist vote. And actually, that might help Jackie Baillie if the consolidation of the unionist vote is around the Conservatives.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of local issues around here. Obviously, the Dumbarton constituency is home to Fastlane, the Royal Navy submarine service and the nuclear deterrent. A big employer in this area, the SNP are against the renewal of Trident, and Labour's Jackie Baillie has backed that. So will that play into her favour? And obviously, the Conservatives could make inroads here. Will this kind of be an indication as to what we might see for the picture across the country? We'll just have to wait to see, really, to what will happen.
Thanks very much indeed. Hope. Nick Eardley joins me here in the studio. Dumbarton first.
It's going to be tight. I think it's going to be very tight. It might be as tight as last time. The talk on the ground in Dumbarton for the last few weeks is tactical voting is a big thing, and that would work in Jackie Baillie's favour. Postal votes seem to be high, so that would be people who are wedded to a party, who truly believe in what they're doing. But here's another thing. Turnout across the country seems to be up on 2016. Now, normally that would favour the SNP, typically their vote is seen as the softest. If they get it out like they did in 2015, like they did in 2019, the general elections, they do very well. I think it's slightly more complicated this time, though, because everybody's talking about the tactical unionist voting. When it comes to the first past the post element of this, the constituencies, that could be really crucial to whether the SNP get the extras they need to get a majority.
For example, in Edinburgh Central.
Edinburgh Central is a good example. I think the Tories are slightly less confident in the tactical voting there than they are perhaps in some other areas.
Well, let's just stick with the city because you've got news and postal votes in Edinburgh.
Seems to be huge. I mean, there's some talk of 80–90% of postal votes coming back. And remember that the number of people who applied for a postal vote for this election because of the pandemic is higher than it's ever been before. It's about a quarter of the electorate, 1 million people. And if in some parts of the country that's really high, then it suggests that, you know, a lot of people are thinking about what is going on there, thinking about the Constitution and thinking about who they want to take the country forward.
The Constitution has been front and centre at this election, despite the fact that Anna Sarwar of Labour might push it on to recovery issues and poverty and so forth. But just very quickly on the results, because you're hearing that things are maybe happening faster than we thought they might.
Yeah, there's some talk that some of the results are going to come in a bit earlier than we were thinking. We thought it might be 5–6 o'clock before they started to roll in. We might be able to bring that slightly earlier. And look, there are some this afternoon that I think will give a decent indication of where things are going. Seats like Dumbarton, Edinburgh Central, East Lothian, Edinburgh Southern, we'll be able to tell if that tactical voting is happening or if the SNP are managing to get new voters and their extended base out, which gives them a fighting hope of getting that majority.
So, you know, by the late afternoon, early evening, we might be on target to show whether the SNP are picking up the seats they need to form an outright majority or not.
Yes, but it's complicated because if you win a constituency, it has a knock-on for the regional list. So I think we'll be able to tell later today how well the SNP are doing in picking up the constituencies. But I think we're in for the long haul. It's going to be tomorrow before we know if they're getting that majority.
With that, thank you, Nick, for now, and back to you, Huw.
It's interesting, Nick, talking there about turnout, because, again,
We're leaving Elections 21 because this is a news conference on the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID vaccine. Let's listen in. You're watching BBC News. Back now to Elections 2021.
It is midday here on BBC News, and welcome if you're just joining us here at the Election Centre. We are having a joint centre between London and Edinburgh today. Last year's local elections, which we're covering, were cancelled because of the COVID pandemic. So this year we have a bumper crop of results, new parliaments being elected in Scotland and Wales, thousands of council seats being contested across England. And of course, just as we've been discussing the Hartlepool by-election, which ended with a big victory for the Conservatives. They won by nearly 7,000 votes. Big loss for Labour and for the leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a seat the party held since the 1960s.
But the result in Scotland could be more problematic for Boris Johnson. If the Scottish National Party wins an overall majority here at Holyrood, it will push hard for a second referendum on independence. Well, counting is well underway from Shetland to the Scottish borders. And the all-important first results are expected very soon in what could be the most important election here since devolution.
We are also keeping an eagle eye on things in Wales. On elections to the Welsh Parliament, the Senedd, where Labour's long grip on power over 20 years is being challenged by the Conservatives and by Plaid Cymru. And we're still watching, of course, the English Council elections, where Reeta and the touchscreen are showing us exactly what's going on.
These are some of the latest results, and they are showing a marked move from Labour to the Conservatives, particularly in Leave voting areas. I'll be bringing you the results as they come in and showing you the figures behind the results using this giant touchscreen, and doing so in all 7 of the elections we've got underway in Britain.
Yes, Rita, thanks. We've got a very big team of correspondents at all the key contests, and they'll be updating us. Vicky Young will be with us, our Deputy Political Editor, with the latest reaction from Westminster. And we wouldn't be complete, clearly, without Sir John Curtis, who's going through all the data for us and will give us his expert analysis of what's going on and indeed what to look out for.
So it's all to play for. The campaigns were bitterly fought and there is a huge amount at stake. So stay with us for all the excitement and drama of this year's election results on the BBC.
Yes, welcome back. Kirsty and I will be taking you through the events of the afternoon, obviously. Thanks for joining us. If you've just joined us here for our special election coverage across England, across Scotland, across Wales, I'm bound to pick up, Kirsty, on that fascinating interview with Lord Mandelson, who, of course, knows the Labour Party inside out. He knows politics and strategy inside out. And, of course, he has been an MP for Hartlepool, so he knows that area inside out. He was suggesting very plainly that there are still major lessons to be learned for Labour in areas like the northeast of England.
Yes, but the point is that there may be major lessons to be learned, but Keir Starmer is not doing any better at all than Jeremy Corbyn did. And actually, that broad church that we were talking about earlier in the party might have actually done better out on the streets in that area had they had a strategy that wasn't necessarily on the centre ground, that actually had moved to the left. And what Lord Mandelson is saying is that's not necessarily a good thing. We do not want to move to the left. We want to be more in tune with what people want. So it's squaring that circle. I think Labour are finding increasingly hard to make that argument.
Well, exactly, Kirsty, because as I mentioned earlier, when we spoke to John McDonnell, the former Shadow Chancellor, he was saying almost exactly the opposite of that. And that just underlines the fact that they can't come together on one message. There's another part of Lord Mandelson's contribution there, which I thought was interesting, just for all of those interested in politics, watching it, and certainly those within the Labour Party with a view on the strategy going forward. And that was that he clearly wants, although he didn't explicitly say it, he clearly wants Keir Starmer to be rather bolder, I think, in terms of the positions he's staking out. And if that involves telling some people in the party, well, look, we're not in tune on things like Brexit, for example, even though he said not many people had mentioned it to him, but it's clearly been a factor, that's something that he'd like to see.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got to remember, of course, that Keir Starmer was one of the people that wanted the people's vote. He wanted a second referendum. Yeah. So it's two different things here. You're saying that Peter Mandelson says we've got to be clear on what we want. Laura Pidcock's saying we've got to be more aggressive. We've got to be on the left. It's exactly the opposite of what Peter Mandelson's saying.
It's because they can't agree
so
really on why an area like the northeast of England has turned its back, to all intents and purposes, on a party that's represented them for decades. And until they resolve what the issue is and what Labour needs to do, and this is a philosophical question as well in terms of culture and political values, they're not going to do it.
No, and culture is exactly what you're talking about here. Because if the Labour vote is bleeding to the Conservatives in England, the Labour vote has bled to the SNP in Scotland. So you've got a party that has to face one way in England and one way in Scotland. And that is a kind of emphasis on the cultural divide here. That what is good for Labour in Scotland won't be good necessarily for Labour in England.
Kirsty, let's pause for a second. It's 6 minutes past 12. If you've just joined us, as I'm saying, a warm welcome. We're covering all the results. And just to give you a sense of things, we've got some results in so far, which we've been talking about, that by-election in Hartlepool, some local election results. But most of these results are yet to come. And we expect a flood of results during the course of the afternoon for the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Senedd, and indeed some more local elections and mayoral elections, some of them anyway, in England. So it's going to be an extremely busy afternoon ahead. And if you want election results, well, you're going to get them by the dozen, frankly. So it'll be a battle keeping up with them, OK? So stand by. That's all coming up. Before that, it's Ben with the news.
Good afternoon, Huw. Thank you. Here's a summary of the latest BBC News. And the Conservatives have taken the parliamentary seat of Hartlepool in what is being described by Labour as a shattering result. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. Our political correspondent Helen Catt has this report.
I do hereby declare that Gillian Wendy Mortimer, commonly known as Jill Mortimer, is duly elected. Congratulations, Liz.
After decades of voting Labour, today Hartlepool has a Conservative MP. And it wasn't close. Jill Mortimer won by nearly 7,000 votes. She said her opponents had lost touch with voters.
Labour have taken people in Hartlepool for granted for too long. I heard this time and time again on the doorstep. People have had enough. And now, through this result, the people have spoken and they've made it clear it's time for change.
The Conservatives called it an historic result. 18 months after they took seat after seat in Northern England from Labour in the general election, another has turned blue. A blow-up Boris Johnson appeared in Hartlepool to mark the Tories' expected victory. The result showing the Prime Minister still commands support after Brexit. The Labour leader not speaking yet, but his party says it will listen and learn.
The question for us is, how do we make sure that we get heard? How do we make sure that our ideas are communicated in a positive and practical way, and that we are able to bring people with us, which quite clearly in the case of Hartlepool we haven't done. So yes, we have to ask ourselves that question. I think, you know, everybody understands the need for change, and that is where our focus should be.
For the Conservatives, more celebrations as they took control of several councils. In Nuneaton and Bedworth Council in Warwickshire.
People respect what the Prime Minister has done during this pandemic. They think the vaccine rollout is phenomenal, and they think that given all the challenges that we've faced, that the Conservative government, the Prime Minister, has done a really good job in difficult circumstances, and many of those people on the doorsteps have been right behind him.
A win too in Dudley in the West Midlands. In Essex, they won Basildon and Harlow, which they took from Labour. The race to count votes early here in Northumberland ended with a Conservative win too. Better news for Labour elsewhere in the North East, where they held on to several councils, including Newcastle and Gateshead, and their stronghold of Sunderland, although the Tories made inroads there too. In London, Labour's Sadiq Khan is seeking a second term. There are 13 city and regional mayors to be elected. Doncaster was the first result, a Labour mayor elected overnight. Ballot boxes have been gathered from all corners of Scotland, where the SNP are hoping to secure a majority in the Scottish Parliament. Both those who are pro-independence and those against, keeping a close eye on how the votes are stacking up. And in Wales, Labour will look to continue their run in power as votes are now counted for the 60 seats in the Senedd. The pandemic has already made these elections unusual. With much more counting still to be done, it'll be some time before the full picture of results is clear. Helen Catt, BBC News.
Now, the election results will keep coming in over the next few days, and you can find out the latest results where you live by simply entering your postcode into our search tool on our BBC News website or the BBC News app. And for now, let's go back to elections 2021.
Warm welcome back to Election Special from Kirsty and from me. We've been talking about those areas which will teach us something about the battles that are taking place. And one of those, certainly, in terms of the English local elections, is Derbyshire. A lovely area, Peak District, but significantly, in political terms, the Conservatives were a majority there for the first time in 40 years, back in 2017. So let's talk to Simon Hare, who's in Alfreton for us. And Simon, just bring us up to date. What's going on and what's your sense of things?
Well, Huw, I'm at Alfreton in the Amber Valley district, but we are seeing something emerging in the northeast area of Derbyshire, those former coalfield areas where we saw some parliamentary changes, most notably, of course, Dennis Skinner, the Bolsover seat turning Conservative at the last general election. And here in the local elections today, we have seen some Conservative gains in those areas again. Claycross North in North East Derbyshire is a Conservative gain, Barbara and Clown as well. Now, the Conservatives already had control of Derbyshire County Council before today, but they'll be hoping to increase that majority. And the Labour group leader, Paul Smith, has told me here in Amber Valley he is worried he is going to lose his ward, which he has held for 25 years. That would be quite a considerable real blow to Labour locally here in Derbyshire. Conservatives haven't had it all their own way. They have lost one ward to the Green Party, their first councillor in Derbyshire, but have to say it's looking good for the Conservatives here at Derbyshire at the moment, with a full result expected later this afternoon, and one particular ward of interest, of course, Whaley Bridge, up in the Peak District, which you mentioned. A famous name on the ballot paper there yesterday for voters, Edwina Curry, trying to get back into frontline politics again. She is hoping to unseat the former High Peak MP Ruth George, so we'll be looking out for that result when it comes.
Simon, in Amber Valley there, thank you very much.
And now we can be joined by Adina Campbell, who is in Alexandra Palace, where the counting for the London Mayor and the London Assembly is taking place. Adina, you know, it's looking increasingly as if London's the outlier. London is going to be the bastion of Labour, along perhaps with Greater Manchester, of course. And this, the capital city, where the last mayor was Boris Johnson.
Absolutely, yes. So currently at the moment, the current London Mayor is, of course, Labour's Sadiq Khan, who was elected back in 2016 after Boris Johnson, of course, had served 2 terms as the London Mayor. This, of course, is one of the most high-profile jobs in British politics. It's one of the most sought-after positions. So all eyes will be on one of these centres to find out who will become London's next mayor. There are a record 20 candidates standing. That's the highest number since the job was created back in 2000, and the pressure really is on Labour to retain this seat. Labour, of course, is always dominant in London, and that's due to a number of reasons. It's significantly younger, it's more ethnically diverse, and there are lots more graduates here. So the pressure really is on Sadiq Khan and his team to see whether or not they can keep this seat. Now, London, of course, is the capital of the UK. It doesn't necessarily represent what's going on in other parts of the country, but the job of the next London Mayor will be to look at how the Mayor takes London out of the pandemic, how the economy can get moving again, and how people can really get back on track in terms of their jobs, in terms of business, and to get London really moving again.
Thanks very much, Adina.
Now, traditionally, of course, in elections over the last few years, we're always looking for the performance of the Liberal Democrats because locally they often perform very strongly, certainly in relation to some of their recent general election performances, and they have strong local presences in some areas, but that also has tapered off in recent years. Cambridgeshire is interesting because we're just being told that the Conservatives lost 4 seats in Cambridgeshire to the Lib Dems, though the Tories have gained 1 back. Is that a sign that you know, the Lib Dems may be looking at gaining some ground in some places? Well, we shall see. But why don't we get some intelligence from Daisy Cooper, the Lib Dem MP, Deputy Leader of the Lib Dems, and Daisy's in St Albans. Thanks for waiting patiently to talk to us, Daisy. Your sense of where things are, we know that circumstances for the Lib Dems have been extremely challenging. That's been no secret. What's your sense of where things are going today?
Well, we are hopeful to make gains across the country, actually, in these local elections, and these results will unfold over the next 48 hours. So we'll keep an eye on the results over the whole of the 48 hours to see where the results are coming in from. But the early signs are looking good for us in a number of places. We're really pleased that we've held ground in Newcastle and Gateshead. We've made gains in Sunderland against Labour. We're hearing that we've made gains against the Conservatives in Cambridgeshire. So we're hopeful that we will be making gains against both Labour and Conservatives across England.
We're just looking at the state of the parties as you were chatting to us there, Daisy, and we're talking about councils declared, with the Conservatives on 247, that's councillors there actually, Labour on 170 and the Lib Dems on 58 plus 4 at the moment. Where do you think you'll end up? I know it's a tricky game, but you know, when you talk about making decent gains, where do you think that could take you?
I don't have a crystal ball and I've got no idea where the numbers will end up. But what I do know is that we have a number of candidates who pride themselves on being community champions, who absolutely played a blinder in this local election. And we're hopeful that we will make some more gains overall over the next 48 hours.
We talked a lot just in the last hour or so about the factors in this local election campaign, certainly in the northeast of England, which was a very heavy Brexit voting area. And we've been debating about whether that was a factor in lots of voters turning to the Conservatives now that Brexit has been delivered. Given that the Lib Dems were, campaigning very strongly to rejoin the EU at one point, do you think that there is an element of punishment for that, or are you talking about areas where you were very strongly in Remain territory and therefore that hasn't been a factor?
Well, we went into these local elections with Liberal Democrat-led councils showcasing their strong track records. Where we've had Liberal Democrat-led councils, they have been leading the way in tackling the climate emergency, delivering social housing, delivering community facilities, and it's that strong track record in local government that I think has shone through in a number of areas. So those have been the main areas that we've been campaigning on in this set of local elections.
So you're guiding me away from Brexit as an issue, and I understand that. What about the aftermath of, the pandemic of the past year, which of course lots of people are still suffering with and still facing extreme difficulty with. But because the vaccine rollout has by any measure been a success, did you detect that the government in some way was being rewarded for that?
I think that's certainly one of the factors. And if you look at Hartlepool, for example, I think there are a number of different factors. For example, the Brexit vote, I think, did undoubtedly go to the Conservative Party. There were some local factors around the former Labour MP that was outgoing. And the other issue was the vaccine bounce, as you mentioned. And I think longer term, whilst the vaccine bounce is very much an issue right now, longer term, I think the country will judge the Conservative government on their overall handling of the pandemic, which will be revealed during an inquiry, but also how the government manages the recovery.
There's been talk in other parties about, leadership and style of leadership and strength of leadership. What would you characterise as leadership for the Lib Dems at the moment, the kind of language that you're using around the policies that you're offering to connect to people? Because lots of our debate today again has been about whether parties are really tackling the issues that matter to people in their own areas, and that is the key to success. It's not being deflected, as some people say, by other issues.
Well, liberalism fundamentally is about freedom. And Liberal Democrats have always wanted people to have the freedom to live their lives as they choose. And you can't be free to live your life as you choose if you're living in poverty, if you can't get free school meals for children that need it, if you can't have access to the education or the training that you need, if you don't have secure and affordable housing. These are all the kind of issues that Liberal Democrats campaign on both locally and nationally. And we're hoping that our strong track record in local government will shine through in the elections over the next 48 hours.
I'm sure viewers will understand that you're hoping that. I'm just wondering, if someone's looking at these figures, looking at your figures in terms of councillors and thinking back maybe 10 years or 15 years, they're bound to wonder how long it's going to take you to get back to that kind of strength, if you can do it. And really, does today's likely performance give people hope in that sense?
Well, I think this set of elections is quite different. It's been a very, very difficult year for individuals, because of the pandemic, but it's also been a very difficult year to campaign. And Liberal Democrats have a track record of campaigning all year round, and we haven't been able to do that in the last 12 months. What I would say is, as we look ahead to the future, Liberal Democrats are in second place to the Conservatives in 80 Westminster parliamentary seats. And we're hoping that we'll be making gains not only across the country, but specifically in those areas where we can win seats at the next level election.
I'm just going to stop you there. We're going to get our first declaration, and that's in Clydebank.
Constituency was 70.8%. Can I now also call again on candidates and agents to join us to do some adjudication on some doubtful ballot papers? Thank you for your attention.
Well, not quite as exciting as we thought, because we thought we were getting our first declaration live in Clydebank, but they're just going to sort out some of the ballot papers which are causing a bit of a problem, and that's normal. It's a normal course of events. They'll have to gather representatives of the party so that everyone agrees on what looks like a spoilt ballot paper or what doesn't look like one, and that's quite a sensitive process at times, especially when it's a tight race. Kirsty, this is Clydebank, and what are we looking for here?
Well, we're looking for the SNP. It's obviously an SNP constituency, but we're looking for them to, if nothing else, do quite a bit of increasing of their vote, which will give us an indication as to how SNP is performing more widely. I mean, I think we're desperately keen to get out the traps and get anything other than the Hartlepool by-election. We're really keen to get this early result, but actually, we might actually get the Airdrie and Coatbridge result at 2 o'clock. That actually might be the first result we get, but certainly there's going to be a clutch of results early on in the afternoon, which is going to start to give us an indication of not only how the SNP are doing, but how the Labour vote is actually coalescing around the best vote for the Union, which some voters seem to be saying is the Tories. Now, in a moment, we're going to hear from Lord Adonis, the Labour peer in Westminster, who's Tony Blair's former advisor and obviously a former cabinet minister, who has got some extremely severe words for Keir Starmer. But first, Reeta, with some more details of the results in.
Yes, Kirsty, these are the latest results that we've got in, and they're showing a really interesting pattern. I just want to remind you that what we've got in terms of the English council elections are two sets of elections. Some of them, about half of them, were last fought in 2016 and about half were last fought in 2017. And although overall we are seeing a strong Conservative performance, there is some detail in the fact that we've got these two different sets of elections going on. I want to show you how. Let's take a look at Redditch. So the seats in Redditch were last up for election in 2016. Now, the Conservatives have held Redditch, and what's so interesting here is what they've held it by. So you can see the seat change there. Tories up 7, Labour down 7, and in terms of the share of the vote, I'm whizzing through this slightly to get to the page I want to show you. Look at that, the Conservative share is up 27% in Redditch. They've clearly been the massive beneficiaries of the huge drop in the UKIP vote. Now, 2016 is important because we need to bear in mind that then Labour and the Conservatives were roughly the same in terms of their share of the vote. So given that we have seen a strong Conservative performance this time round, and we know that the opinion polls showed that the Conservatives were ahead of Labour, they have really surged ahead in councils like this where the seats were last up in 2016. Now, there's a slightly different story in the 2017 council. So Northumberland was last up for election in 2017. Now, this is a whole council election. In some of the district councils, it's just a third of the seats that are up. This was the entire council. And this is a Conservative gain. This is a very good result for the party. It's gone from no overall control to Conservative. But I just want to show you again the change in the share of the vote. Slightly different story because it's in fact Labour who's put on 4% and the Conservatives just 1%. That 1% allowed them to gain the seat that they needed to control the council, but it's not that really sort of strong push that we saw in Redditch. Now, we've been crunching the numbers a little bit behind the scenes with the results that we've got in. So what I'm showing you here is the difference in the performance in these elections in the councils that were fought in 2016 and that were last fought in 2017. And you can see in the 2016 results we've got so far, Labour actually slightly ahead of the Conservatives in terms of their share of the vote. In the 2017 councils, actually the Conservatives way ahead of Labour in terms of the share of the vote. But the devil is always in the change in the share. And look at that. So in 2016, the Conservatives have zoomed up 10%, Labour have dropped 4%, UKIP down by 12%. But in 2017, the Conservatives have actually lost a little bit in terms of their share of the vote. So what this will mean in terms of translating it into actual seats and actual councils is that we can expect to see the Conservatives picking up seats and councils in the 2016 baseline councils, but possibly rather less so in 2017. So there will be a variation in the results there.
Reeta, thank you very much, and I think we'll probably pick up with John Curtis a little later about that analysis and some more light that he can shed on that for us, but thank you.
And we'll just be waiting a minute or two to hear from Lord Adonis, because we are going over to Ben Brown with the news.
Kirsty, thank you. Yes, here's a summary of the latest BBC News. And Labour has described the loss of its parliamentary seat of Hartlepool to the Conservatives in a by-election as absolutely shattering. The new MP is Jill Mortimer, who is the first Tory in 56 years to represent the former Labour stronghold. She has a resounding majority of 6,940. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer was asked about the loss of the Hartlepool constituency this morning as he left home, but so far he has yet to comment. The Conservatives have also made gains across local councils in England. They've taken control of 4 local authorities and gained 62 council seats, while Labour have lost 67. 20 councils have declared their results so far. Votes are still being counted in the elections for more than 120 others. Counting in the Scottish parliamentary election began this morning. Voters were choosing 129 MSPs to be elected to the Scottish Parliament. But COVID restrictions meant there was no overnight vote counting this year. We're expecting the first results shortly. The final results are expected on Saturday. Counting has also begun in the Welsh elections to the Senedd. 60 seats are up for grabs, and some voters reported queues outside polling stations. Most results are expected this afternoon and into the early evening. Results in 4 Wales Police and Crime Commissioner elections are due on Sunday.
So Kirsty and I welcoming you back, and if you're just joining us, thanks very much. We're covering all of the elections happening in Scotland, Wales and England. It's a huge set of elections, biggest test of public opinion since the last general election and certainly before the next one. So it'll tell us lots about what's going on. One of the main stories, of course, is that Labour suffered a terrible defeat in Hartlepool in the by-election there, one of its old strongholds. But that northeast of England is really following a pattern of turning its back on Labour and backing the Conservatives. Now, one of Jeremy Corbyn's main backers, certainly when Mr Corbyn was leader, was Len McCluskey, General Secretary of the Unite Union. And he's been speaking on the Political Thinking podcast, and this is what he's had to say about the results so far.
Yeah, a terrible result, and I hope Keir learns the correct lesson from this. You know, he was elected a year ago on a radical programme, some said a Corbyn-esque programme. He said he wanted to make the moral case for socialism. He wanted a united party. And unfortunately, he's failed in all of those areas, because we're now in a situation, and Hartlepool is the manifestation of it, where people don't know what his vision is. People don't know what Labour stand for anymore. And if people don't know what the alternative to the status quo is, then they'll either not vote, and a considerable number of Labour voters didn't vote, or they'll stick with what they've got. And Keir has to press the reset button.
I just wanted to say that I know that the results have been coming in since this morning, and clearly a lot more to go, and it's early days, but a very encouraging set of results so far. And I think that's really because we've been focusing as government on our priorities, people's priorities, bouncing back from the pandemic as far as we can, getting through it. And it's been very good to be here at Severn Trent talking to them about the 500 Kickstarters they're employing, which is, I think, what everybody wants to see as we go through towards the end of the roadmap, really making sure that we're getting people into work, getting the economy bouncing back very, very strongly in the way that I know it will. Anyway, I'll be saying a bit more later on in Hartlepool. Take care, Roddy. You want? Yes.
COVID, can we just have,
yes, of course.
Offering the alternative to AstraZeneca to the under 40s.
Well, that's a matter for the JCVI, and I think what they're saying is that you know, if you've got a choice, and you've got a variety of jabs, and you've got somebody under 40, then on the whole, give them Pfizer or one of the other ones. So it's a preference, not an absolute ruling.
And what are your concerns on the Indian variant?
Yes, I think we've got to be very careful about that, and we're doing a huge amount, obviously, to make sure that where we do find outbreaks of the Indian variant, that we do surge testing, that we do door-to-door testing and isolate it, and that is and also have very, very tough controls on transport, on people coming in. Thanks, everybody. See you later. Thank you.
That was the Prime Minister in Coventry, and gave a signal that he's going to be heading to Hartlepool to celebrate probably with his team there, the new Conservative MP. So we just cut out of Len McCluskey with apologies, but he was making the point, I think we all got the gist of what he was saying, which is that he doesn't think Keir Starmer is taking the party in the right direction, and the kind of values and policies that were being put forward by Jeremy Corbyn, he thinks, would be rather more valuable and beneficial for the party at this stage. Kirsty?
Well, we've just, as you say, incoming from Len McCluskey from one side of the party, and we've also got incoming from Lord Adonis, the Labour peer who was a senior advisor to Tony Blair. It's just dropped in the Times, and he has said, Keir Starmer, nice man, without political skill at the highest level, and he calls on him to go. Lord Adonis, hello. Did you have this in your back pocket ready, or did you just decide on this today after the results that have come in?
Well, Keir Starmer's spokesman this morning said that the result was shattering, and the Labour vote went down by a quarter in Hartlepool since the 2019 election, and of course that was the low point, the worst result for 60 years that Labour had under Jeremy Corbyn. So I think all Labour people, and we all like Keir. I mean, he had a very difficult succession from Jeremy Corbyn, who had led the Labour Party to a great disaster only just over a year ago. So we all wished him well, but the verdict of the people is the verdict of the people, and the golden rule of politics is that you can't avoid the verdict of the people. And I think what we've all got to grapple with is what this means. And clearly the public isn't persuaded that Labour has either the leadership or the policies or the critique of the government or the energy and dynamism in terms of its view of the future of the country to deliver. And we all need to consider that.
Yes, but the problem is you need to consider it, but actually there is no obvious answer, isn't there? Because you'll be seeing something on one side which is entirely different from what John McDonnell said to us earlier this morning, and indeed Len McCluskey was saying. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn out after 14 months. You want Keir Starmer out after just over 12 months. Where's the next leader? Who's the next leader?
But I think you need to consider what works, because that's what matters in politics. Now, Jeremy Corbyn clearly doesn't work. This Marxist far-left experiment led the Labour Party to catastrophe, as you say, only 14 months ago. If you look at the last 11 elections that we've had in this country, the pattern is very clear. Defeat, 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 defeat. Tony Blair, Tony Blair, Tony Blair. Defeat, 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 defeat. So the right thing to do is to learn the lessons from the only thing that's worked, which is a modernising, centrist, dynamic Labour Party, which actually goes for a modernising message on the economy, modernising in terms of the public services, but accepts that people have very strong values, that they're strongly patriotic, that they don't want to play fast and loose with the defence of the country. All of those things get that new compound, which is what made Labour so successful under Tony Blair. And I think it is possible to come back, but it can only be done with real conviction leadership. What people won't vote for is leaders who they think simply split the difference. Whatever you think about Boris Johnson, people know what he stands for. He couldn't have been clearer about what he thinks in terms of Brexit and the future of the country. What does Labour stand for? That is the big void at the centre of politics at the moment. And even on the Europe issue, which we've been discussing a lot, of course, what Labour has said is that it disowns its pro-Europeanism of the past. It sort of accepts Boris Johnson, but it doesn't even fully accept that. So it's in a no man's land, and I'm afraid in a no man's land in politics, you simply get cut down.
Well, the problem is that presumably you would like to clone Tony Blair. That's not going to happen. So where is your best chance? Do you have to look at the two men who are actually bucking the trend just now. You have to look at Sadiq Khan in London and probably Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, you know, a former MP. They're neither of them obviously in Westminster. Is that the best way forward? They seem to have not the elixir necessarily of total success, but they seem to know what people want in their own area.
Well, I do absolutely agree with you that it would be wrong in this very deep crisis, and it's important people understand the depth of the crisis. This is potentially curtains for the Labour Party unless it's possible to turn the situation around. I don't think my Labour colleagues should be restricted to people who are currently members of the House of Commons in looking at the next leader. What they should look at is the person, the leader, who can really articulate a bold, credible, exciting and popular vision for the future, particularly post-COVID-19, because, of course, growth, jobs, the future of our young people, what those leaving school at the moment, many of whom had their education wrecked under the COVID crisis, what future there is for them. This is what people want to hear. They obviously give Boris Johnson credit for the fact that we had mass vaccination, but politics isn't about giving people bouquets for the past. It's about having a compelling, exciting and dynamic vision for the future. And what my Labour colleagues need to look at really seriously is who can offer that compelling, exciting, dynamic vision for the future, and I don't think we should restrict ourselves to the House of Commons.
Well, let me say, saying that it could be curtains for Labour is an incredibly strong statement to make, Laura Adonis, and the part of the problem is who might be good for Labour in Scotland is not necessarily going to be good for Labour in England. You're facing both ways.
Well, in my experience, leaders who are popular in the Red Wall are also popular in the south of England. Leaders who are popular in Scotland tend to be popular in England. I think this excessive segmentation of the electorate has done British politics a lot of harm. If you look at Boris Johnson at the moment, the Conservatives are popular across most of England, which is the predominant part, of course, of the UK, apart from some of the inner cities. That's the message coming through from these elections. Now, of course, the relationship between Scotland and England is very difficult, and we're awaiting the Scottish results at the moment. But a leader who can unify England and can have a strong appeal to all parts of the electorate in England, across classes, across age ranges, across regions, that is the absolute bedrock on which Labour needs to advance.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Adonis.
Well, some pretty trenchant views there from Lord Adonis, who really is spelling out his sense of what's going wrong with Labour right now. So, as Kirsty was saying to us, you know, this criticism is coming not just from the Jeremy Corbyn left section of Labour, but is coming from other parts of the party as well, which may be rather alarming for Sir Keir Starmer at this point. Vicky's with me. Yeah, I'm. Despite the fact that Hartlepool was a dreadful result, I'm slightly surprised by the extent to which this kind of internal, well, let's just say vigorous debate, yes? Should we just say that rather than say warfare? This vigorous debate has just ignited within hours of that happening.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the Hartlepool result, there are some MPs saying that there were tactical errors. Why pick a Labour candidate who was a Remainer, for example, in a seat which massively voted for Brexit? So there's that. But actually, I think all this is showing that Labour's problems are far more deep-rooted than losing some council seats and losing a by-election. This goes back to, you know, possibly you could say that the pandemic has stopped this debate happening for the last year. Actually, Jeremy Corbyn leaving the scene hasn't resolved all of the issues. It's far deeper than that. But what is the answer? I mean, we're hearing from both sides there. You've got Len McCluskey on one side saying we've got to go back and make the case for socialism, back to Jeremy Corbyn's agenda, and then you've got people like Lord Mandelson and Andrew Adonis there talking about the opposite, talking about a much broader coalition. I thought what was really interesting listening to Lord Mandelson is talking about really why people vote for governments because they think they're going to help them. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff. Yeah. And that can involve more money for your area, it can involve better public services, better funded public services, but he also talked about Labour not making a cultural connection with its bedrock support. And that's a different issue, I think. And that's, I think, probably a tougher one for Sir Keir Starmer. This idea that the values that Labour has aren't the same. and Andrew Adonis, they're talking about patriotism. We've had one Labour MP today talking about, flag waving and how it doesn't work. And others saying, no, you've got to show that you believe in your country, that you're patriotic. This is a fundamental problem here for Labour, that they can't agree on solutions. They all know it's been a disastrous period, stretching back a number of years. They've had several very bad election defeats. And I've listened to Labour MPs talk about this for a very long time, and I haven't really heard anyone come up with the answer. Now, Sir Keir Starmer, this first step, his team would say, is that actually Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, they would say, was a problem. It alienated them even more from some of those seats in the northeast of England, for example. So he wanted to show that the party was under a different manager. And they would say that they have done that. It's been slightly more difficult because of the pandemic. And the policy platform was going to come later. But I think what this shows is that you can't go into these elections without really much of a policy platform. And that was the complaint, I think, from lots of Labour MPs, is that we're not really showing what we stand for.
And especially worrying, we'll talk about Lancashire in a moment, because there are interesting tests there for Labour as well. It's just coming up with a colleague of mine there, with Mairead. We'll join her in a second. But just interesting that from left and right, therefore, they do agree on one thing, which is that this is quite potentially an existential crisis for Labour, and that drawn into that today is suddenly an upsurge of questions about whether Sir Keir Starmer is the right person to lead the party. Now, I think, judging from what was being said in the last week or so, including by Sir Keir himself, preparing the way for possibly disappointing results, I think, is it possible that they will be taken aback by the ferocity of the response so far?
Yeah, and I think they'll be disappointed. They were expecting the results not to be brilliant, of course, but actually I think they're probably going to be more alarmed that they may be worse than they were expecting. Now, whether this means that Sir Keir Starmer's going to face a leadership challenge, no, I don't think we are at that stage. Partly because of what we've just been saying, the problems are far more deep-rooted than that. It's not just about the leader, and some people saying, well, how can you have a lawyer from North London? He's not going to appeal to people in the north of England. Well, actually, maybe he could. It's about the policies probably more than anything else. People think that he's a talented enough politician, that he could quite easily be a competent Prime Minister. But again, it's about much, much more than that. They've just got to start getting their message across. And the problem is, one Labour MP said to me, we've been out in Hartlepool, well, they're not slamming the door in our faces anymore. I mean, that's a pretty low bar, isn't it? And, they need to have people listening to them and a message when it comes to what are you going to offer voters. And the Labour Party just simply isn't there at this moment. OK, well, we're going to stick on that theme. Vicky, thanks. Just thinking about tests for Labour, especially in the local elections as well. Let's go to Pendle and talk to Mairead Smith. I mentioned Mairead there earlier. So we're talking about a part of England there, Mairead, which clearly presents Labour with a pretty stiff challenge. If we go back over the last few decades, we've no problem seeing Labour being able to gain votes impressively in that region. So where are we now? How do you see it?
Well, I'm in Pendle. I'm at Nelson and Colne College, and this is where the votes are being counted for Pendle Borough Council. Now, you talk there about Labour's control of this area, this county, but the Conservatives used to have overall control of this council until 2019, despite having the greatest number of seats in that election. So this is actually a top Conservative target. And there have been changes here as well, boundary changes that mean the total number of seats is reduced down from 49 to 33. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here today. The verification of votes is taking place. We expect wards to be announced from around 2:30. But Huw, this is a top Conservative target in the northwest.
What are local party workers saying, Mairead, today? I mean, are you able to kind of gauge the feeling, the kind of confidence or lack of it among officials there at the count?
Well, at the minute, everybody seems quite confident because nobody really knows what's going to happen. But interestingly, I was speaking to some people just up the road in Colne before we came here today. People telling me that they voted for the Liberal Democrats. They feel that they've done a good job for them locally, and that's talking about their local councillors. Another woman said to me that she's pleased by the Conservatives and she wanted to give them her vote this time round. So it really remains to see what happens here today.
Mairead, many thanks once again. Mairead Smith there for us in Pendle in the northwest. Just another perspective, if you like, on the Conservative-Labour battle. And again, some of the same issues coming up in terms of what people are voting for. Are they local issues? Are they heavily clouded by the pandemic? It's it's a fascinating mix of things, and they will be in different balances in different areas. We were talking earlier about the fact that this set of elections in England is a bumper crop because, of course, the ones that were meant to happen last year had to be delayed. So we're talking about two sets really being put together, and that's really giving us a bit of a challenge in terms of judging them. What are we judging against, 2016 or 2017? And it raises lots of factors about what we are able to do in terms of saying, has a certain party gained, has a certain party lost? So in the key wards, which tell us what's going on, the analysis is quite interesting. Look at this. The change since 2016 in key wards. And this is where we are right now. Labour down 4, the Conservatives up 10. And if you look along the chart there, UKIP down 12. So strong suggestion that, again, the Brexit vote has gone from UKIP and probably gone back, most of it anyway, to the Conservatives. If we look at key wards and the changes since 2017, different benchmark, Tories are down 1. This is interesting, isn't it? Different areas now, different areas electing councillors between 2016 and 2017. And Labour just down a fraction, UKIP down quite a bit, and the Greens up 4. Now, the Independents up as well. So that tells us something about the kind of areas that we are talking about. So I'm going to bring in John Curtis. And John, this key wards analysis is fascinating. How would you describe the way that you analyse both of them, 2016 and 17, and what do they tell us about the areas here?
Well, what we're simply doing at the moment with the key wards exercise, we'll do something more complicated later on. But what we're doing at the moment is taking the votes that we've had in so far. So we've got about 200 wards from places that were contested in 2016 and about 200 from places that were contested in 2017. We're adding them up and we're comparing them with the result last time. The crucial thing, however, is that the political circumstances in which the 2016 local elections were fought are very different from the circumstances in which the 2017 local elections were fought. The 2017 local elections took place after Theresa May, the then Prime Minister, had decided off the back of what the opinion polls were saying to call the 2017 general election. The polls at that point, 20-point lead. Now, the local elections weren't so good for the Conservatives as that, but still very clearly pointing towards something like a Conservative double-digit lead in the national mood. The year previously, in 2016, however, the polls were pretty much neck and neck, maybe slight Conservative lead, no more than that. Now, let me just remind you of what the opinion polls have been saying more recently. They've been basically saying that the Conservatives are something like 6, 7, 8 points ahead. So we're probably somewhere in between the circumstances of 2016 and the circumstances of 2017. Against that backdrop, therefore, you can see why there's a swing to the Conservatives since 2016 in those places where the last election was in 2016. But there isn't any sign of a swing to the Conservatives. Indeed, we know there may be a little bit of swing to Labour in those places where the seats up for grabs were less in 2017. So it's the different baselines that's crucial. And then on top of that, you've also just got to remember one other thing, and this is true irrespective of whether we're looking at the 2016 seats or the 2017 seats. If it's a Remain area, Labour are not doing so badly, Stroke in some instances doing quite well. And if it's a Leave area, then the Conservatives are doing jolly well indeed. And that therefore means, for example, that in our 27 councils, in those places where Remain did well in the 2016 referendum, expect to see Labour make gains, even though we've so far been reporting an awful lot of serious losses for the Labour Party elsewhere, i.e. in places with lots of Brexit voters and with the UKIP vote falling down badly.
John, just a quick point, taking us through those keywords, which is extremely useful. We will be talking to Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, very soon. What guidance would you give us in terms of the Conservatives' expectations in Scotland for the Scottish Parliament seats?
In truth, I think the Conservatives are basically hoping to hold their own, which means basically still coming in with around 21-22% of the vote, and crucially to remain ahead of the Labour Party and therefore still be the principal voice of unionism north of the border. The Labour Party have been hoping to try to catch the Conservatives up. The polls have been relatively discouraging. Expect also Mr Ross to talk a great deal about tactical voting, and that could be quite crucial. As we get into this afternoon, we'll talk a lot about a very small number of opposition-held seats that the SNP need to pick up. And one of the things that the Unionist side are relying on is that, for example, if you are a Conservative supporter in, let's say, Dumbarton, which Labour have a very small lead, that you might vote for Labour in that constituency. And equally, if you are a Labour voter in Ayr, which is narrowly held by the Conservatives, that some of those Labour voters will switch to Conservatives. Now, that's one of the things we can't tell from national polls, but which could be pretty crucial for the outcome. So, the Conservatives want to keep second place, but along the way, they want to maximise the anti-SNP vote.
John, many thanks, and we'll talk again later on. Thank you so much. And John, promising lots more chat this afternoon, and I'm looking forward to it because there'll be plenty for us to look at. We're going to talk now to Douglas Ross, who is leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, joins us from Elgin. Douglas, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Well, it's quite a delay, so I'm going to keep my questions relatively brief. How do you sense things are going for you in Scotland today, judging by what your party colleagues are telling you?
Well, I can keep my answers very brief. That we're, quite behind in terms of the counting. Certainly here in Moray, it's taking a lot longer because the social distancing within the count hall. There's less count staff. So that's the message I'm getting from many parts of Scotland. Is it's taking longer to count the ballots. So it'll be some time yet before we get a picture of how it's looking.
Douglas Ross, Kirsty Wark here in Edinburgh. Jackson Carlaw, the last leader, resigned when the Tories got 23% of the vote. Will you do the same thing in the opinion polls, I should say?
Well, Kirsty, I'm going to wait until the votes are counted. We are all being patient here in Moray and across Scotland, and I think it's only right that when, I have to say very positively, people turned out in greater numbers yesterday, we respect their right to democracy and base our decisions on what they return in terms of a parliament of 129 MSPs and the final declarations probably at some point tomorrow.
Would it be fair to say that you're not an absolute fan of Boris Johnson? You have been critical of him in the past, and I wonder if you think it has helped your campaign in Scotland that he chose not to come north of the border throughout this whole campaign, yet he went to Hartlepool 3 times.
Well, I would say that this campaign has been about the Scottish Conservative, our message here in Scotland, and what we would do in the Parliament over the next 5 years. And it's going to be crucial for people across Scotland that we deliver a Parliament that's focused on improving the lives of people here in Moray, across the Highlands and Islands and across every part of Scotland. And that's what I've been focused on in this campaign and will be focused on after the results.
We're looking at quite a high turnout. Do you think that high turnout is coming from SNP, or do you think it's coming from Tories?
Well, we don't know yet because, as I say, we're a long way into the count but haven't actually seen many ballot boxes opened here in Moray, and that's a similar picture in other parts of the country. So I'd expect a long day today and a long day tomorrow before we know the outcome of that, but I think it's encouraging and it's positive that people have been engaged enough during this campaign to turn out in very good numbers right across Scotland.
Now, our correspondent Nick Eardley has been reporting from a Conservative source that the high turnout also is pointing also in the constituencies to a landslide for the SNP. That's a Tory source.
Well, Tory sources, and I'm sure SNP sources will be saying something else, Labour sources and Lib Dem sources. Honestly, these sources can just wait a few more hours and then we'll actually get some results and be able to base our conclusions on actual results.
Now, just on the question of your tactics during the campaign, you know, on one hand, the mood music, certainly from Labour, was that this was about the issues that really mattered, for example, educational attainment, child poverty, and so on. But looking at your campaign and the way you ran it, it's definitely the case that you put the Constitution front and centre. Whatever you thought about these other issues, you put the Constitution front and centre. That, you think, will be the one that will pay off in terms of taking perhaps tactical votes from Labour supporters who believe that you can defend the union better than Labour can?
Well, the Constitution was put front and centre in this campaign by the SNP and their desire to divide Scotland all over again. But Scottish Conservatives had a clear, ambitious plan for what we can do in the next Parliament if we can get rid of the threat of another independence referendum. That's why we focused on education, on supporting the NHS, on infrastructure projects right across Scotland. So there is a lot we can do in the next Parliament if we can have a Parliament focused on our recovery.
Douglas Ross, we'll be speaking to you again. Thanks very much indeed.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to Mr. Ross there. What I'd like to do now is to bring in Joe Tanner, former advisor to Boris Johnson, who's in South East London, and Aisha Hazarika, who's a former Labour Party advisor from the Evening Standard in North London. Thank you both for waiting to talk to us. It's good of you. Joe, can I start by asking you, do you think that the pattern we've seen so far today is going to be sustained?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different elections to happen in terms of the results to come out, and I think there is an interesting picture emerging. But let's face it, we've got some very different places. Even ironically, the fact that you're talking to two guests who are both based in London, and we're talking about what's just happened in the north, kind of says a lot about how different the views and opinions of different people across the country, and also how those results will play out. I think interestingly, I have read a lot over the last few weeks, actually about the interests of independents. And it was interesting to see in the Hartlepool result, a lot of votes going to independent candidates, and whether or not actually there will be more of that move when we look at things like the result in London, for example, and what will happen to the vote there. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag. Let's face it, it's still very, very early days, as Douglas was saying, in Scotland. But I think, you know, it's very clear that we've probably all underestimated how people vote. I think lots of stuff that was said, if you look back at all the comments made after the 2019 election, there were lots of things said about the lessons that had to be learned and what had to be done. And in reality, we haven't really moved very much further forward from that discussion then.
Joe Tanner, Kirsty here in Edinburgh. Just picking up on what Lord Adonis said, which I think you possibly heard there, which was that actually Keir Starmer is a kind of essentially a busted flush, that he doesn't know how to do political strategy at the highest level. Would you say that whatever happens in London, it's down to the London mayoral's performance rather than Keir Starmer?
I think Sadiq Khan definitely has, you know, he's been his own man. Actually, I think you can see that in actually quite a lot of these elections. If you look at what happened, if you look at Douglas's position in Scotland, in terms of the Conservatives, if you look at the way Andy Burnham has operated in Manchester, and you look at Sadiq Khan in London, there is definitely a sense of these elections where we've got devolved administrations. There is a degree of the individuals taking a very different. Boris himself did that when he stood in London. But I think this is a much bigger issue than just Keir Starmer. I think the fact is that this kind of election, these results show you can't just replace a figure at the top of the tree. That's not solving the problems. The problems are that for many years, actually, I think fundamentally, I said this when I worked in politics more closely, that I'm not sure people identify with parties in the way that we used to think they did. I think people have moved on, and I think there was a lot of arrogance about parties assuming that the votes in an area were theirs, and it was just about getting out the vote. I think we've moved on a lot now. People are identifying with parties in different ways. They vote for many different issues, and we've had the craziest of years. So, you know, can we really judge exactly where we are in terms of why people voted? Lots of those people that voted for Brexit were said to have lent their vote for the Tories back in 2019. And in reality, Boris actually did deliver on that now. So maybe those people feel, well, hang on, he's a man of his word. I'm happy to vote Tory again. We don't know for sure, and we can all speculate on the reasons. But I think it's a bigger issue than just Keir Starmer on his own. I think a lot of blame's being put at his door, but there are lots of people in the Labour movement who are all scratching their heads and saying we probably didn't do enough after 2019.
Aisha, I'm just wondering from your point of view, when you look at Labour's performance, certainly somewhere like Hartlepool, whether you think that this is about a public that is in a sense saying either thank you for Brexit, if that's how they think. Peter Mandelson thought that was nonsense, or whether they are simply crediting a party for spending lots of money in that region or for a good vaccine rollout. What's your sense of the factors at play?
So I think it's probably, honestly, a combination of all of those things. I think a lot of commentators and politicians are saying, oh, Brexit's done, no one cares about Brexit anymore. I disagree. I think Brexit overlays a lot of the electoral map now, not just in terms of the actual substance of Brexit, but in terms of what people's values are, particularly their sort of cultural values, rather than particular.
Liberal Democrat.
I think the vaccine rollout has definitely helped as well. We're coming out of lockdown. The country is having a bit of a feel-good factor. But I do think we have to confront an uncomfortable truth for the Labour Party, which is a lot of people in former Labour heartlands really like Boris Johnson. They find some connection with him, and they're not finding that connection with the Labour Party.
OK, Aisha, I'm just going to stop you for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you because we may be close to a declaration in Orkney, and this is an interesting test here for the Liberal Democrats. And Kirsty, what should we be looking out for in the result from Orkney? What will it tell us about the state of play in this part of Scotland?
Well, I think Orkney will see probably an entrenchment of the Liberal Democrat position, I would think. Interesting to see if the SNP make inroads in that vote, because Orkney is very particular, like Shetland, of course, that often Edinburgh can seem just as distant as London.
I, John Weir Mundell, constituency returning officer for the Orkney Islands constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast across Orkney Islands constituency at the Scottish parliamentary election on the 6th of May 2021 was 11,621. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 25. The ballot papers were rejected for the following reasons: lack of official mark or unique identifying mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 1. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 24. I, John Weir Mundell, constituency returning officer for the Orkney Islands constituency, also declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Bown Samuel Anthony John, commonly known as Samuel Bown, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 699. Drake Coila Ann, commonly known as Coila Drake, Scottish Labour Party, 290. Leslie Robert Fraser, Scottish National Party, SNP, 3,369. MacArthur Liam Scott, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 7,238. Therefore, I give public notice that Liam Scott MacArthur is duly elected as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Orkney Islands constituency.
So there we have it, that the Liberal Democrats have hurled onto the Orkney Isles. Now let's look at the share of the vote. And Liberal Democrats there are sitting on 62% of the vote. SNP is on 25, Conservatives on 6, Labour on 3. But let's look and see if there's been much change there in that vote. Let's look at the share of the vote. And the change there is that the Liberal Democrats are down 5 commensurately, the SNP are up 5%, the Conservatives up 2%. So the swing from the Liberal Democrats to the SNP, 4.8%. But the Liberal Democrats safely back, Lee MacArthur safely back for the Orkney Islands. So no big surprise there, nothing necessarily that could indicate any change in the broader political picture, except to say that the Liberal Democrats are still very much in the game, in a minor way at the moment, at least in terms of where they're showing on the constituency, but also added to that they'll have some list vote seats, but they're not really in the race in Scotland. Huw?
Interesting, isn't it, Kirsty? At least, you know, we've now got a result, the declaration that we've covered, which is a relief after we've been on air for some 4 hours or so, although we've had other results to discuss. But on Orkney, unless I'm wrong, I think that was Jim Wallace's seat for many years as an MSP. Of course, was a very familiar Lib Dem at Westminster too. So there is a very strong Liberal Democrat heritage in terms of Orkney, and without wishing to be in any way disrespectful, I don't think that the kind of Lib Dem performance we've seen there, just to guide viewers here, is something that we're likely to see replicated, you know, throughout Scotland. Orkney is a bit of a special case in that way. Is that a fair summary?
It is. It is a fair summary. It is an outlier. I won't say it's thrown. I would just say it's, people there will sort of stick to what they know and what works for them. And you were talking about Jim Wallace, who was a very assiduous local MP when he was there, and as an MSP, I think the same could be said for the Liberal Democrat incumbent there, that very much a local person for local issues, rather than taking necessarily the big picture in Scotland, Huw.
Kirsty, thanks. Given that we've seen that declaration now, which is one in the bag for us, and of course there's plenty more to go in Scotland, 129 seats in the Scottish Parliament, so 128 to go, and that's a Lib Dem hold for us in the first declaration. I mentioned earlier that we were very, very sharply focused as well on the north-east part of Wales, which is around Clwyd and Wrexham and Eileanan and Donside and Delyn. These are very, very strong competitive areas between Labour and the Conservatives. So I want to go to Wrexham now, which went Conservative at the general election, though it has decades and decades of Labour tradition there. It's a big battle now between Conservative and Labour in Wrexham. And Sian Ellin is there for us, our correspondent. Sian, can you tell us what the feeling is there? And do you think that we'll get a declaration there, you know, anytime soon?
Well, welcome to Wrexham from Hound Huw. We're in Glyndŵr University. There are two counts taking place here today. That's Wrexham and Clwyd South. And there are two very familiar faces from Welsh Labour battling to keep a hold of their seats, and that's Lesley Griffiths and Ken Skates. And both were prominent members of the last government, and they represented their constituencies for over a decade each. Now, both these seats have been in the hands of Welsh Labour since the beginning of the Senedd, since the beginning of the Assembly and the Senedd. So they might be stupid to take the support here for granted. But of course, in the general election in 2019, the Conservatives won both these seats, and it was seen as part of the collapse of Labour's Red Wall at that time. So indeed, over the last 2 weeks, we've seen a lot of campaigning going here. It's been ramping up. We've seen Keir Starmer visit the town, and he's visited the brewery here and enjoyed...
For the Scottish parliamentary election in the Aberdeen Donside constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Harriet Cross, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 9,488. Isabel Davidson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,162. Jackie Dunbar, Scottish National Party, SNP, 18,514. Lucas Grant, Scottish Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 240. Heather Herbert, Scottish Labour Party, 5,505. The total valid votes was 35,909. The total number of rejected votes was 118. The reason for rejection was as follows: lack of official mark or unique identifying mark, 0. voting for more than one candidate, 14, writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 1, unmarked or void for uncertainty, 103. The total rejected votes was 118. The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Aberdeen Donside constituency, Jackie Dunbar, Scottish National Party, SNP. I'd now like to welcome the successful candidate. Thank you very much.
So let's look at that Aberdeen Donside vote in more detail and see if it tells us anything about a swing to the Tories in that area. A safe win for the SNP, but let's look at the vote in more detail. Look at the share of the vote now. So the share of the vote for the SNP is 52%, for the Conservatives 26%, for Labour 15%. Now look at the change in the vote. So the change in the vote shows that the SNP has gone down a little and the Conservative vote has gone up substantially, Labour down. So therefore what we can show from that is the SNP to Conservative a 6.2% swing. So that starts to give us some indication of what might happen to the Tory vote in Scotland.
Kirsty, when we look at the figures there in terms of that Conservative vote and the swing from SNP to the Conservatives, I'm just putting it in context because, as you say, the result in Aberdeen Donside wasn't in any doubt at all in terms of the SNP's strength there. But is that the kind of area that we think would make a big difference in the Scottish Parliament? If we saw a swing of 6.2%, we would see some, in one or two areas certainly, some rather different results, wouldn't we?
Yes, and you would actually see in that area, certainly, I think, you'll see the Conservatives picking up list votes as well. And you've also got to remember that Aberdeen area is a kind of different kettle of fish as well, because it was more Brexit leaning, it was more, it voted more strongly against Scottish independence in the first referendum on independence. So it's always been a different kind of place, the North East. And we can talk a bit more about that with our correspondent Nick Eardley. Nick Eardley, that Donside result, a swing to the Conservatives, as you were talking about later, that could have been tactical.
Yeah, it could have been. And I think the Conservatives will be buoyed by that. Yeah. But their fear, more broadly, is that the SNP vote on the constituencies in other areas is actually going up. And I think what it's going to come down to with constituencies is a battle between SNP turnout and tactical voting by the unionist parties. And that could be very, very thin margins.
It could be thin margins, but it could be thin margins in places like Edinburgh Central. I think in Aberdeen West, I might be right in saying. But it's not, as you say, going to disturb the notion that the SNP is going to do very well in the constituencies.
Yeah, I mean, the SNP will win the vast majority of constituencies. It's how many. And just to take you through some of the chat that we're hearing from the parties
more chat,
so
we love
far,
chat.
The SNP are confident in Edinburgh Central because they think their vote is up. In Edinburgh Southern, which is a Labour seat that the SNP had an eye on, tactical voting seems to have gone up. But there are other areas in the middle, like East Lothian, which is another SNP target, where it's too close to call at the moment. It's within a few hundred votes. So I really think that the difference between when the SNP has got its vote out, it looks to be in a good position. When the unionist parties seem to have agreed that there was one candidate who was most likely to win, they're doing okay. But I spoke to one senior Tory in the last hour who told me that they're really worried that the SNP are heading for a landslide on the constituency.
And that is interesting. And just to pick up on Edinburgh Central for a moment, because just to put that in terms of personalities, Ruth Davidson would have been a much more formidable opponent had she stayed in the constituency. As we now know, she's taken the King's Shilling and she's going to the House of Lords, something that Nicola Sturgeon never forgets to inform Parliament every time the two of them are there together. But the person who'll be coming in, if that's the case, Angus Robertson, was a key figure. He was the leader at Westminster. He'll be a key figure and will probably go straight into a job and actually will be a probably very key ally of Nicola Sturgeon's and someone actually to move the party forward, perhaps.
I think that's right. And he's somebody that has been linked with a potential future leadership bid. And There's a lot of talk about him getting Mike Russell's old job as the Constitution Secretary in the Scottish Cabinet.
In these difficult times ahead.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, that will be a good result for the SNP. But what we're going to watch out for this afternoon, because we're about to get this drip feed of constituencies coming in. Yeah. If there's 2 or 3 seats, which the SNP didn't hold before, that they can start to take over the next few hours, in the words of one senior SNP strategist I was just speaking to, the majority may well be on.
And here's a more tricky thing. We're going to bring in Lucy White now, Eastwood, because here's a more tricky thing, because Eastwood, Lucy, is a 3-way marginal.
Yes, currently it's a Conservative MSP that sits here, but previously certainly it's been very, very competitive. Back at the last time of asking for this election in 2016, it was a 3-horse race. Labour, the Conservatives, SNP, all polling above 30%. Now, the current MSP, the Conservative MSP, is Jackson Carlaw, a bit of recognition there. He was the leader of the Scottish Conservatives for a time last year. Now, he's hoping that his long relationship with the area will get him over the edge this time around. Now, the current MP for the area, for the equivalent Westminster seats, is an SNP MP, and they'll be hoping, just like Nick was saying, that they could take this seat, potentially returning the first SNP MSP for this area, and that really could start to change the picture across Scotland for who has the balance of power.
Lucy, of course, it's a very affluent area. And I wonder there if we might see that coalescing of the union vote around the Conservative candidate, and of course that is Jackson Carlaw, former leader, rather than the Labour vote holding up.
Yes, potentially. Look, we're still a long way from a declaration here. We're thinking that might be about 4 p.m. We don't have any turnout officially yet, but we do know that it's high, and traditionally it's high in this area. It was about 60% at the last time of asking in 2016. At the moment, everybody's being very cautious that I speak to. It looks like I'm in an empty hall here. That's because I am. Because of COVID rules, we're not allowed in to film where they're doing the counting, but that's happening on either side of me at the moment. So when we go to speak to people and see how they're feeling about it, cautious optimism, I have to say, at the moment for the Conservatives, but certainly this has been a key target for the SNP. We'll have to wait and see what happens later this afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed. And it is number 8 on the SNP's target list. Thanks, Lucy.
Thanks indeed. Let's pick up again then. So we saw that result from Orkney, and we saw that swing of some 6.2%, I think it was, from the SNP to the Conservatives. Let's bring in Sir John Curtis again. John, that swing, what did you make of it, and what could that mean if we saw it replicated?
Well, I think we need to have a bit of a health warning about both of the constituency results that have come in so far. Orkney, of course, is unusual in being the one part of Britain, along with the Shetlands, that has been Liberal Democrat for virtually the whole of the post-Second World War period. Aberdeen, Donside, meanwhile, I mean, that result at first glance is indeed disappointing for the Conservatives, the SNP. The SNP down by 4 points, the Conservatives up by 8. But there are 2 reasons for not necessarily wanting to extrapolate from here. First of all, it's the constituency, the former constituency of Mark McDonnell, who had to resign as a SNP minister and was then thrown out of the party because of indiscretions. And secondly, this is a relatively pro-Leave part of Scotland. Yes, we're back to the Brexit divide again. 47% vote estimated in the 2016 referendum, which by Scottish standards is high. And one of the things that we know about the character of the Conservative vote is that it's become much more pro-Leave in Scotland since 2016 in much the same way as it has in England. So if I were to think of anywhere where I think the Conservative vote will be going up, then frankly, this is one of the kinds of constituencies. And this might be true in general of the northeast of Scotland. So I think for the moment, to be honest, we don't have that much of a clue as to exactly where we're going in the wake of these 2 results.
So can I just extend that then, John, the Conservative and the pro-Leave element to Wales and to the northeast of Wales? We were chatting to my colleague Sian Elin David in Wrexham, and she was explaining a little bit about that region for us. Is that the same calculation for you?
Yes, there are indeed a number of crucial marginal constituencies that Labour are trying to defend that are in that corner of Wales, Vale of Clwyd, etc. And one would anticipate, certainly given what we saw happen in 2019, that the Labour Party will find it relatively difficult to hold on these constituencies, and indeed in general in Wales, but certainly in this kind of area. Again, listen to what we've been saying about England. Large UKIP vote in 2016.
John, I'm just going to interrupt. I'm very sorry. We're getting a declaration. I think it's from Montgomeryshire.
Mae'n dod, nawr.
I think they're ready.
Mae cyhoeddiad Maldwyn yn barod.
I think this is Montgomery, actually. Yes, it is. I heard Maldwyn there, so that's Welsh for Montgomery.
Etholaethol yn yr etholiad am aelod dros etholaeth Sir Drefaldwyn o Senedd Cymru.
Yeah, Montgomeryshire.
Drwy hyn yn hysbysu bod nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn. As the constituency returning officer for the election of a member for the Montgomeryshire constituency of Senedd Cymru, I do hereby declare that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Alison Elizabeth Alexander, Welsh Liberal Democrats, put recovery first. Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, adfywio i'r blaenoriaeth. 4,207. 4,207. Kate Dewden, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 3,576. 3,576. Gwyn Wigley Evans, Gwlad, the Welsh Independence Party, Gwlad, Plaid Annibyniaeth Cymru, 157, 157. Russell Ian George, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 12,013, 12,013. Oliver Lewis, Reform UK, 549, 549. Elwyn Graham Vaughan, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 4,485, 4,485. Ac roedd drwy hyn yn datgan bod Ian Russell George wedi ei ethol ar gyfer etholaeth hon. Cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a gafodd...
So we're having the figures just confirmed by the returning officer in Bilthwells, that's Llanelwydd, and I'm intrigued by this result. Look at this Conservative vote. This, by the way, has been a Conservative seat in the Welsh Senedd since 2011, but before that it was a Lib Dem seat for 3 or 4 sessions, I think, so it's been strong Lib Dem territory. At Westminster as well, by the way, at one stage. So let's look at that. Conservative, Russell George, 12,013. Elwyn Vaughan in second place for Plaid Cymru on 4,485. And the Lib Dems in third place, Alison Alexander on 4,207. Labour in fourth on 3,500. And that's our first Welsh result in. What I want to do is look at the share very quickly, if I can. 48% to the Conservatives, 18 to Plaid Cymru, 17 to the Lib Dems and 14 to Labour. Now, I think this will confirm when we see the difference that the Tories have put on 6%. Plaid have done well here to put on 8%. That'll be good news to Adam Price and his party. The Lib Dems, a sharp fall to 11% in what was a stronghold for them at one point. And Labour also up 8%, and that may be the Mark Drakeford effect. We can talk about that. What is the swing? Well, the swing is Conservative to Plaid Cymru, reflecting, of course, the fact that Plaid went up 8% in that seat. So our first result in. Ione Wells is my colleague keeping an eye on all of these results in Cardiff. What did you make of that, Ione? A very strong Conservative performance there.
That's right, Huw. Really interesting to see that the Conservatives are making ground in Montgomeryshire. I don't think it comes as a big surprise that they've won it. It was a pretty safe seat over the last few years. They have been expecting a bit of increased support there. So interesting to note that their support has been building, and it will be encouraging for them. Although, obviously, what the Conservatives are really hoping in this election is to try and make gains from Labour. So a question will be, is this enough of a sign to suggest that they may be on course to win further further seats in some of those more marginal seats, particularly some of those further north in the northeast? Or is this just a sign that they are making gains, but actually potentially not enough to clinch it in other areas?
Well, I'm just wondering now, if we see that kind of boost in the Conservative vote, and I'm assuming, obviously, that, you know, UKIP and the Brexit Party in the past having done quite well in areas like this, some of that will have gone back to the Conservatives in this instance. As we look again towards some of those seats where the battle is different, it's not to do with Conservatives and Plaid Cymru or the Lib Dems in this sense. It's to do with Conservatives and Labour, who are up 8% in this seat. Does that tell us something? Do you think that 8% rise was something to do with what some people call a COVID bounce, which is a horrible phrase, but it's to do with, you know, a political benefit out of the way it's been handled?
That's right. I think Labour's increase of the vote share is really interesting here. I mean, Labour, as we've discussed, has seen a big kind of bounce in their support in this campaign. Their leader, Mark Drakeford, has had his profile kind of massively boosted by the pandemic because he's been really kind of at the forefront of a lot of the COVID coverage. He's obviously been leading TV conferences on the handling of the pandemic. Polls have repeatedly suggested higher support for his handling of the pandemic in Wales compared to Boris Johnson's handling of the pandemic in London. So it's definitely interesting to note that Labour have been gaining ground in places like Montgomeryshire that weren't really ever on the radar for them. You know, this has very much been a sort of previously a race between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. But interestingly to note here that Plaid Cymru have overtaken the Liberal Democrats. That's something that won't be particularly heartening for them. They're fighting a kind of very local battle in this election, really to hold on to their only seat that they've been defending in this election, which is Brecon and Radnorshire. The fact that they've slipped to third place in somewhere like Montgomeryshire won't be a particularly positive sign for them either.
That's exactly what I was going to raise next, Ione, actually, which is that Brecon and Radnor seat, not a million miles away from Montgomeryshire, as we know. And I'm just thinking, well, you know, what will the Lib Dems there be thinking now, given what they've seen in Montgomeryshire, given their previous strength there? What do you think are their chances of holding on to Brecon and Radnor? As you say, their only seat in the Senedd last time.
That's right. I mean, I think this result will definitely have made them nervous because it's an increase of the Conservative share, it's a decrease of their share. And obviously those two parties are in direct competition in Brecon and Radnorshire. So I think this will certainly worry the Liberal Democrats in terms of holding on to that seat in Brecon and Radnorshire. But remember that, of course, the way that the Welsh election system works means that if they were to lose that constituency seat in Brecon and Radnorshire, but still pick up a significant share of the vote in that area, then they may be in for a chance of compensating that by picking up a seat on the regional list in Mid and West Wales. Their leader, Jane Dodds, is standing there, so it could be that she manages to pick up a seat if they do lose Brecon and Radnorshire. But certainly I think the Montgomeryshire result won't be particularly heartening for them. And interestingly to note, they have been a bit quiet today. You know, obviously it's very early days. It's hard to call anything yet, but, you know, we're already hearing a lot from different parties about how they're feeling. Tends to be that if the parties aren't putting out a huge amount of kind of information about what they're thinking, how they're feeling at the counts, you know, it could be a sign that they are a bit nervous about them. Indeed.
Ione, thanks very much. We'll talk to you later. Ione Wells there with some analysis. Ione's in Cardiff, but we're talking there about Montgomeryshire. Just to remind you, just because we mentioned it there very briefly, for those of you just wondering how that system works, it's 60 members of the Welsh Senedd, 40 of them elected, just as we've seen there in Montgomery, as a constituency member, and then 20 on regional lists. So the system has been constructed in a way where, you know, if you pick up a lot of votes but don't win a seat, you might be rewarded in this kind of semi-proportional system on the list. So it's a system that's meant to counterbalance, if you like. Lots of contests going on today of different types, not just local authorities and mayoral contests, not just for parliaments in Scotland and Wales and local authorities, police and crime commissioners, and there are over 30 of them. And I'm just going to ask Reeta now to talk to us about one of them. This is Cleveland, Reeta, and this is an interesting one for us.
This is a really stunning result for the Conservatives. This is our first Police and Crime Commissioner's result that's in, and it's a Conservative gain for a post that has been Labour for the last 2 elections. The Conservatives' Steve Turner has won this post with 74,000 votes. It gives him a majority of 34,500, and he has overturned the previous Labour majority of 16,500. So it's a really outstanding gain by the Conservatives. The turnout is really interesting as well. That's a good turnout. Last time it was a turnout of 19.5%. So there's clearly been interest in this contest. Let me take you through some of the figures. He won on the first round. The Police and Crime Commissioner's election works in that if nobody gets 50%, there's a runoff between the first 2 candidates, but there was no runoff required here. Conservative candidate got 54% of the vote, so a very clear and decisive win there. That is the share change, so a whopping great 31% increase in the Conservatives' share of the vote. And I just want to show you the swing from Labour to Conservative of 22%. So, you know, very sobering news for the Labour Party. And again, just remembering where Cleveland is, of course, in the northeast of England, further evidence, if it's needed, of the Labour vote simply not holding up in these elections.
Reeta, thank you. Now we can be joined by Clive Lewis, the Labour MP Clive Lewis, who joins us from London. Clive Lewis, you resigned from Jeremy Corbyn's cabinet over a second referendum. They got it right, didn't they?
If you think that these results are the result of Brexit, the 2019 manifesto, of Keir Starmer alone, then, you know, I'm afraid I disagree with your analysis. This is far more deeper, more complex, more profound than simply looking back to a Brexit vote. Yes, I'm sure that was a gateway for many voters, but, you know, look at the turnout, look at who's not coming out. You know, 15% down on the general election at this in Hartlepool, for example. So, I mean, I think this is a lot more complicated than simply looking at Brexit, looking at who the leader of the Labour Party is, what we're saying or not saying. This is a far deeper structural concern that I think myself and many others are beginning to wake up to and are beginning to talk about, which is the fact that the Labour Party that has existed for the last 100 years, and the voter base and those who supported it, the electoral coalitions that supported it, are no longer there. They're dissipating. The Tories have politically realigned themselves. Dominic Cummings is on Twitter today boasting about that. That happened. Boris Johnson has allowed that to happen. He's led that. Labour hasn't. They have realigned. And the thing is, it's not just Labour. I was listening there to the Liberal Democrats, the Greens. They may make some gains here and there, but I think for everyone in this country who consider themselves progressive, this isn't good news today. Whether you're up or down, the bottom line is we have a almost hegemonic Conservative Party which is dominating politics. It has politically realigned itself post-Brexit, and we are struggling in its wake. And progressives across all political spectrums on the centre-left need to wake up to that and acknowledge that the political voting system that we have in this country overwhelmingly favoured the Tories before. It overwhelmingly now favours them even more. And we have to change our strategies, work together to work out how we stop them. If we don't do that, then these guys are going to be in power for a lot longer.
Yep, you say it's not simply about the leadership, but the leadership sets the course of the party, among other things. We've had Ed Miliband, we've had Jeremy Corbyn, we've now had Keir Starmer. It may be symbolic to change Keir Starmer, but look at someone like Jess Phillips. You know, why not change the whole style of leadership? Why not change the sex of your leadership, apart from anything else? But actually, what's the direction? What's the direction that you can actually set? If you look at something like, you know, the council elections in the North and the Midlands, and indeed in Essex, and if you look at Hartlepool, you know, you don't have a strategy that appeals to, you know, a new type of working class voters, because, as you say, in a way, Labour is still thrilled to this idea of the big block vote of old industries. They don't have they don't have a narrative to deal with the new realities, which is about an older population that wants to have a lovely house and, you know, and 2 cars and all these things. And why shouldn't they have them?
Yeah, and so there are 2 parts to your question there, and the first part was, you know, who can lead? You know, who should be leading Labour, or who has that? Leadership isn't about who; it's how. And then you went on to that in your second part, which is how you begin to do this. You know, I don't care what the leader looks like or sounds like. I mean, you know, this whole thing about electability, Boris Johnson should not, on paper, should not be electable, given who he is and how he operates. And yet that's, you know, this definition of electability, this beauty pageant that we in the Labour Party have every time about who this electable, mythical person is. You know, look, yes, it is important what you say and how you say it, but also what your strategy is and how you're going to win and how you're going to rebuild in the 21st century. So I agree with you. You know, look, some of this will, you know, the leadership, Keir Starmer, will have to answer some very tough questions about why we are where we are. He can't just simply kick the left and blame 2019. As I said before, this goes back a lot longer. It's a lot more complex than just Brexit or 2019, 2017, even 1997. But we are going to have to think very carefully, very hard about how we're going to build a completely different culture on the centre-left of politics. And that's something that Keir is going to have to kind of think about very hard, very clearly.
So I want to ask you about the kind of electoral politics we have in a moment. But given that you'll know what both Len McCluskey said and indeed Lord Adonis, you don't agree then with simply removing Keir Starmer from the equation is going to change anything?
Well, not if the beauty pageant then puts someone else in it who carries on as they are. I mean, look, clearly there was an estimate here. There was an estimation made that if you're not Jeremy Corbyn, this is the equation I think that has kind of manifested itself. If you're not Jeremy Corbyn and add in plus Sir Keir electable Starmer, and Boris Johnson will implode because the electorate will see through him and you will make political gains. If that was your analysis, then clearly it's not working. And I'm afraid to say it does look like that was the analysis. This goes far deeper, it's far more complex than simply banging a drum and talking about electability. You need to have a vision, yes. That is something that we don't have yet, and we need to see it very quickly. You need to have some kind of policy platform. We could be 2 years away from a general election. Yes, that's important, but you also need a broader, deeper strategy, which is about how you win. The policies will get you into the ballpark, but how you then win and change the system to make sure that we are the dominant political force, progressives in this country, not the Tories. I mean, one of the things that we'll be seeing a lot over the weekend is people talking about how Labour gets back to where it was in 1997.
Let me just curtail the question on policy just now, but look at electoral reform. What you seem to be suggesting is that there is an issue with Labour winning on a first-past-the-post system.
There always has been, and this is the point I was going to make. One of the things that you'll be doing is how does Labour get back to its winning ways? But if you understand that over the last century...
Hello, I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt to go straight to Shetland now. I'm sorry, Clive, we're going to Shetland.
Mar Eileanan. I, Malcolm Burr, Constituency Returning Officer for the Eileanan Parliamentary Constituency within the Highlands and Islands region, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Alan, Alistair Seamus, Party Nashanta Nahalapa, Shach Mila, Cehir Chiad, Lechiad sa Cehir. Alan, Alistair James, Scottish National Party, SNP, 7,454. Berkenhager, Gavin, Torian agus Lucht Ernach Nahalapa, Davile, Unchiad is Chiajiag. Berkenhager, Gavin, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 2,116. Frischel, Sean, Party Labarach Nahalapa, Cehir Mila is Trigiag. Fraser, Sean, Scottish Labour Party, 4,013. Macmillan, Canamian. Coichiad, Trifichet Sahungiag. Macavulin, Canamian, 571. Mitchison, Neil, Liberalich Democratach Nahalapa, Trichiad, Lechiad sa Tri. Mitchison, Neil, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 353. Chai Cehir Giag Mila, Coichiad, Cehir Fichid sa Tri Giag, Paper Voti Achantug. Vote Trifichet sa Tria, Pain Cehir, Imachas Achiad. The total number of ballot papers counted was 14,593. The turnout was 66.4%. Chai Ceir Fichid sa Shia, Piper Voti a Yaltug. 86 ballot papers were rejected. Mushin, Hamia Jaravig, Guvel Alistair Seamus Allen, Erin Hug, Marbel Parliament na Halapa, Erson Reinthai, na Eileanan and Iar. And I declare
the result from
that
Eileanan and Law, which of course is coming to us from Stornoway. The seat the SNP first took in their first victory in 2007. Alistair Allen has been returned for the SNP. But let's look at the all-important share of the vote there. And the SNP on 51%, Labour on 28%, and the Conservatives on 15%. And let's look at the change in that. And just edging it down, the SNP 0.1% down, Labour up 2%, Conservatives again up 3%, and Independents up 4%. So the swing from SNP to Labour is 1.4%. So that's a SNP to Labour there, but that's a very safe victory for the SNP in Eileanan and Law.
Well, again, Kirsty, we're talking about constituencies with a very particular kind of character, and I'm just thinking that to make a more kind of stable judgment as to what the likely outcome will be at the end of the day when 129 seats are filled in the Scottish Parliament, we'll have to see not just that seat we saw in Aberdeen earlier, but we'll need to see what's going on in parts of Edinburgh and Glasgow as well, just to see where the balance of votes is. And of course the battle royal when it comes, which will be between Anna Sarwar for Labour and Nicola Sturgeon for the SNP. So that'll give us some signal, won't it, as to which way the forces are flowing.
Absolutely. And of course, Anna Sarwar will probably have, he has a very good local following. His father, Mohammed Sarwar, was the first Muslim MP in the UK. He is now governor of the Punjab. But that residual family identifiability will help Anna Sarwar. Of course, Nicola Sturgeon is bucket loads of votes ahead. But it'll be interesting to see if he can make an inroad in her vote. And actually, that would be a good story for Anna Sarwar as a leader versus the kind of things we're talking about this morning about Keir Starmer.
Kirsty, let's pause there for a second and let's get some more reflections now. We're joined by Salma Shah, a former Conservative advisor to Sajid Javid, and of course John McTernan, a former Labour advisor as well. John and Salma, good to have you with us. Thank you very much. First of all, Salma, can I start with you? We've been noting these Conservative successes, not least in Hartlepool and elsewhere, and we've been asking all of our guests, well, you know, let's have an honest assessment of what led to that performance. Where do you stand on that?
I think the truth is that this is not just a question of the Brexit dividing line, and it's not just about the Prime Minister and the vaccination programme. There's been a long line and effort that's been going into northern seats and northern regions. And I think, you know, having devolution and having candidates like Ben Houchen who've worked really, really hard in those areas has a lot to do with the fact that the Tory brand has changed over a long period of time. So I think it's a lot more complicated than just sort of Brexit or UKIP collapse or, you know, Labour not doing very well.
We're just going to go to Western Bartonshire. Give me a second.
368. The turnout is 70.8%. The total number of votes cast for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Katie Gordon, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,987. Pam Gossel, Scottish Conservatives and Unionist Party, 4,153. Douglas McAllister, Scottish Labour Party, 12,513. Marie A. McNair, Scottish National Party SNP, 17,787. John Alexander Robertson, 220. The total number of rejected votes were 107. The reasons for rejection are as follows. Want of an official mark, none. Voting for more than one candidate, 15. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 1. and unmarked or void for uncertainty.
So that is the count at Western Bartonshire and the result in Clydebank, where it looks as if Labour has done better than before, but it's a firm SNP victory there. And of course, we're waiting for the actual Dumbarton vote, which is a much closer affair. But let's look at that result in Clydebank in detail. And in terms of the share of the vote, the SNP are on 47% of the vote. We've got Labour on 33%, Conservatives on 11%, Liberal Democrats on 8%. Now let's look at the change there. And the SNP is marginally down on 2%. Labour is very well up. It's a really interesting result for Labour. Conservatives down 7%. But the important thing to look at there is that it's a good result for Labour, and the swing to Labour is 5.8%. So Labour will take heart from that in what was for many, many, many decades an absolutely cast iron Labour constituency.
Kirsty, thank you. We're just actually in a good position to pick up on that result because Salma and John are still with us. John, can I start with you this time, with apologies to Salma for cutting you off just a short while ago. But John, Labour in Scotland, what's your reading of things at this very early stage? And would you see that swing, for example, from the SNP to Labour in Clydebank as signalling something bigger, or where are you?
Look, it feels to me as though the impact of Anas Sarwar, the new leader, on Labour's fortunes has been good. It's been positive. Most commentators would say that he won the campaign with a fresh voice, a fresh approach, and some charisma for the Labour Party in Scotland. His challenge was always to be second, to supplant the Tory Party and start to build something for the future. And he had a Biden-esque quality at times. He was always about healing. Not trying to divide the country on the basis of a potential referendum, the past referendum, but always about building for the future. And I think standing on those issues of recovery, building back, jobs, growth, productivity, those are not just good themes for Labour in Scotland. They're going to be the essential central themes for Keir Starmer and his team for the next few years too in the UK, because the only question in British politics, once the pandemic is fully under control and managed, the only question is growth. The only question is productivity. Otherwise, we'll have declining public services and declining living standards.
John, can I just mention to you the note I've just had from John Curtis here, who's looking at these figures. He says this is talking about Clydebank. This is the first Central Belt constituency to declare, albeit a safe SNP one, he says. Now, the SNP will be worried about the fact that Labour's vote is up by as much as 10 points, while their own is down by 2. And there is as much as a 7-point drop in the Conservative vote, which may be a sign of tactical voting in favour of the second-place Labour candidate. Now, again, that pattern of voting might cause some indigestion in SNP headquarters.
Look, I think it might well do. I think the SNP made a strategic error when they allowed themselves to go, if we get a majority, then we will have a mandate for a referendum. A referendum is a choice for the Westminster Parliament, because that's where the powers are reserved. But to set themselves a high bar when they were, polling high because of the COVID effect and because of the effect of government managing in Scotland, setting themselves that high bar, they may well fall below it. And I think if I was in SNP HQ at the moment, I'd be worrying that we were not going to meet the target we set. And it will give Boris Johnson a very easy riposte when he pushes back on the demands for a second referendum. But I think for Labour it was always going to be a long haul to recover from the 2015 defeats in Westminster and the subsequent defeats in the Scottish Parliament. This is the beginning of turning the corner, but it's this is a long haul, because Scottish politics, like UK politics, was really reframed by the impact of the referendum. In Scotland, it was independence. In England, it's the Brexit referendum. Once you lose your traditional voters, once they shift, when they shift once, they're unmoored and they're available for other people. I think this flux that we're in, every Scottish election has a new story in it. Every Scottish vote since 2014 has had a new story in it. So I think we're seeing another twist in the tail.
John, it's Kirsty here in Edinburgh. If I can take your eyes south to England at the moment, you're saying that is it is actually a kind of optimistic sign for Anas Sarwar, but of course there's nothing of the case at all. Keir Starmer, I don't know if you heard earlier Lord Adonis and indeed Clive Lewis. Is it the strategy that's missing? Is it the strategy that is problematic? Sorry, we've got an absolute deluge behind us, but where is the problem? Is it simply about changing leaders? Is it simply about reshuffling your cabinet? What is it?
Andrew Adonis, Lord Adonis, a good friend of mine. What he said is not just unhelpful, it's wrong. Now is not the time to change the leader. The pandemic has put British politics into the deep freeze. We won't really know what real politics are like until we come out of the other side of it. Hartlepool, yes, a very, very bad vote for Labour, very bad. The last act of the 2019 election and the realignment then, not the first act of the 2024 election. Things will become clear towards the end of the year what the real fallout economically is, where the unemployment is. And the thing is, we have had, since 2010, consistent Tory governments. One of the tricks of Boris Johnson, which is well achieved, and Labour need to understand this, is to persuade the country it's a new government. And definitely, the Boris Johnson party is not the Tory party. But the economic record of the Boris Johnson party is pretty poor. The growth rates in Britain and the productivity in Britain they're what will drive future prosperity, future spending. So I think the issue, the battle about the economic future, and that's where I think someone like Keir Starmer and Annalise Dodds.
John, I'm just going to stop you for a second. I'm really sorry, but just let's have a look at these images because Prime Minister Boris Johnson is visiting Hartlepool, and there he is with the new Conservative MP, Jill Mortimer, who's the newly elected MP for Hartlepool, the first woman to represent the Hartlepool constituency, which was formed in 1974, though the older constituency of Hartlepools existed before that, after the Second World War. She's also the first Conservative to represent this constituency. And this is Mr Johnson, who's turned up. He was in Coventry just a short while ago. We saw him there. A cameraman now having a rapid trot around the path. And we'll turn around probably to see Mr Johnson coming back. So I'm just keeping a little eye on it. And I think that the Prime Minister may well say something when he approaches the camera. Let's have a look now. Yes, there they are. So they're just chatting and having the traditional congratulatory walk, but they'll both be very well aware of the symbolic significance of this by-election, not only because, of course, it's a win for them, but because of what it says. And let's see what the Prime Minister's saying.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Well, listen, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to, first of all, to the people of Hartlepool for placing their confidence in us, in the Conservatives. I want to congratulate Jill on a fantastic campaign. I think that she's been a wonderful candidate and fought very, very hard for every vote, and I think she'll be a wonderful MP. And for me, what this means is that I think that it's a mandate for us to continue to deliver, for not just for the people of Hartlepool, not just for the people of the North East, but across the whole of the country. And I think if there's a lesson out of this whole election campaign, the whole local election campaign across the whole of the UK, it's that the public want politicians to get on with focusing on their needs and their priorities. So coming through the pandemic and making sure that we then build back better, and you can see some of the evidence of economic confidence that the Bank of England's been talking about, the prospect of a really strong rebound in the second half of the year. I think people want us to focus on that. And I think that here in Hartlepool, clearly people were, this is a place that voted for Brexit, and we got Brexit done, and then we're able to do other things thanks to that. And it's thanks to, I'm just going on. Complete this point if I can. It's thanks to Brexit that we've actually been able to go ahead with the free port in the whole of Teesside, do things like take back control of our borders, so we're able to deal with things like the European Super League, and of course we're able to do things a bit differently when it's come to the vaccine rollout that's been so important, and able to deliver that faster than other European countries. So it's about delivery, it's about getting on, and I think that's the the mandate that the people have given us. And anyway, congratulations, Jill.
Thank you.
And,
Right, well, I've got
sorry to go on. Sorry to go on.
you,
Go on, Beth.
Is that
yes.
right?
Yes,
we
go
crack on. You said at the weekend a win here was, to quote you, a massive, massive challenge. But was it really, given that Labour held this seat in 2019 because of a massive Brexit Party vote? 25% of constituents here voted for the Brexit Party, and those 10,000 voters have come to you. You've picked them up. So isn't it really about Brexit rather than about you?
This is a constituency that has, I think, been in the hands of Labour since its beginnings, and I think what this election shows is that people want a party and a government that is focused on them, focused on delivering change, and that's what Jill has been campaigning on, and that's why I go on, Beth, about the advantages of the things that we're doing. So when you look at the idea of the Freeport, the economic campus in Darlington that's not very far away, the prospect of high-wage, high-skilled jobs coming here. I just was having a look at this incredible GE turbine factory building in colossal wind turbines just down the road. That's part of the vision that we have for the North East as a centre of the green industrial revolution. And I think people understand that, they can see that, and those are the kinds of jobs that not only pay well, they have high skills, but they give you a fantastic sense of doing something worthwhile.
And you said in the 2019, after the 2019 elections, people in the Red Wall had lent you their vote. Do you think now something else is happening? This is a deeper shift. Is that your hope?
Well, I think what happened in 2019 was that people mandated us to get Brexit done and to begin the process of uniting and levelling up. And I think that what's happened now is they can see we did get Brexit done, and to a certain extent they can see that we delivered on that. And I think what people want us to do now is to get on with delivering on everything else. And so number one is continuing the vaccine rollout, making sure that we go from jabs to jobs, make sure that we have a strong economic recovery, but then get on with a massive project for this country. And it is a very ambitious thing. Every government has tried it to some extent, but I don't think any government has tried it as wholeheartedly as this government is trying, and that is uniting and levelling up. And the basic idea is that there is genius and talent and enthusiasm and flair and imagination everywhere in the country, but opportunity is not evenly distributed. That's the basic idea, and that's what we're trying to change.
And a few months ago, your prospects weren't looking so good. They were looking pretty bad. You had poor personal ratings, you were behind in the polls, and then came the vaccine rollout. Has it saved you?
I think that it's been very important for our country that we're able to get through COVID as fast as we can. I think we've got to always bear in mind, Beth, that this thing isn't over. I think the epidemiology is very encouraging at the moment, but we've got to continue to be cautious, and we will continue with the cautious but irreversible steps of the roadmap. I can't see any reason now to delay any of the steps that we've got ahead of us, but that's going to be our programme. Look at the data, make sure that we proceed in accordance with the scientific evidence.
Well, now, let's just jump to something now. You said that Indian...
How many questions do you allow?
I've loads. The Indian variant is now...
Does anybody else want a question?
No, it's just my go.
Is it just...
You love questions from me, come on.
Of course
the Indian variant is now a variant of concern.
Yes.
Do you plan to make any changes as a consequence of that?
I think what we're doing there is making sure that we are absolutely ruthless in the surge testing, in the door-to-door tracking of any contacts. At the moment, we're looking carefully at the way the Indian variant seems to function. We don't see any evidence that it is resistant to the vaccines or in any way more dangerous.
Okay, and you, just to be clear to the public, you don't think it could scupper your irreversible path out of lockdown?
We don't see that. We don't have that evidence at the moment. No, Beth. No. Okay, good.
No,
everybody.
I've just got one more question on Scotland.
Prime Minister there, Boris Johnson, who's visiting Hartlepool to congratulate the lady there on the right. That's Jill Mortimer, who's the new Conservative MP. First Conservative MP for Hartlepool. The first woman to represent Hartlepool in the House of Commons. So it's a very symbolic result in more ways than one. And of course, it is yet another gain for the Conservatives, in parliamentary terms anyway, in an area that has been traditionally exceptionally solid behind Labour. So it presents Labour with all kinds of problems and just underlines the issue that Labour is facing. So there's the Prime Minister in a slightly windy Hartlepool, but enjoying obviously what is for them a good day of news. So watching that with me, and I think this pair of guests in Salma and John who joined us have probably been interrupted more than any other guests on the programme so far. So I'm apologising beforehand. So just let's bring Salma back in. And I just ask you, what you made of the Prime Minister's message there, Salma?
I think it was interesting because, of course, it's incredibly cautious. And I think the interviewer, Beth Rigby from Sky there, who was asking the questions, touched on something that I think the Prime Minister and probably the entirety of the Conservative Party is very hopeful about, which is that this seats like Hartlepool, who did lend a vote on Brexit, seem like they are trusting the Conservative Party in a way that didn't exist before, and will actually redraw the political map more permanently than was expected previously. So there is a little bit more depth to Conservative support. And I think just picking up on something that John had said previously, yes, he's absolutely right. The question is going to be economic once we're out of the pandemic. But given a Conservative Chancellor's reaction and interventionist position when the pandemic came around, it feels like that this is going to be a deeper shift in the Conservative Party as well. So it leaves the Labour Party very little room to manoeuvre in terms of differentiating itself from the Conservatives. And I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic that's going to play out, I think, across councils, as we're going to see today, and potentially right the way up to a 2024 general election.
Just a quick question to John, bringing you back to Scotland. On the Scottish issue of that central belt seat where Labour have put on 6 percentage points, I think it is, and the possibility that we're hearing that in Edinburgh Southern, Labour might have done pretty well. In a way, could that be a resurgence in the central belt, John?
Look, yes, I think so. I think one of the interesting things that's been politically happening in Scotland in the last 3-4 months, we saw it really with Alex Salmond's party, Alba. You finally saw some cracks in the nationalist coalition, which was really extensive and actually contains quite a lot of tension within it. And I think there's a working out of the tension in the nationalist coalition as it fragments a bit. There's now got a Green wing, an Alba wing, and SNP. And the unionist vote appears to be voting tactically, so you're actually unifying behind a candidate who could win. And you've got a sense that actually Labour has got a generation coming through of strong campaigners. Because Daniel Johnson in Edinburgh Southern is a very powerful campaigner. He's been a very effective parliamentarian, and it looks as though that style and substance in Labour's candidates really matters. We saw it matter before with Ian Gray in East Lothian. We saw it with Jackie Bailey. Perhaps this new generation coming through with Anna Sarwar as the leader is a sense that Labour has got the message that Scotland doesn't just want identikit candidates; it wants people from their locality, people who serve the locality. So I think there are definitely the green shoots.
John and Salma, I want to just thank you very much for your endless patience in the last half hour or so, but for your interesting contributions as well. Thank you so much.
And at this stage, let's have a look at the Scottish parliamentary position. SNP 3 seats, no change. Liberal Democrats looking back up to Orkney there, no change. Right now, let's go to Nick Eardley, our correspondent. Nick, what do you make of what has just been unfolding, both in the Central Belt, certainly in Clive Bank?
Well, there do seem to be some areas where Labour think they're doing pretty well. Across Glasgow, there seems to have been an uptake in the vote. I'd be slightly cautious, though, about that translating to seats, because like the result we just saw in Clive Bank, it seems like unionist voters have got behind Labour there, but they were nowhere near beating the SNP. There's only one seat where they're really in play in Glasgow, that's Rutherglen. And more broadly, the Labour vote needs to focus on the list. That's where they could potentially do quite well, and the Conservatives still think they're getting the main unionist votes there. But again, I come back to that point I made slightly earlier about this being a battle now between SNP turnout and unionist tactical voting. And when we start to get some of the seats we're going to get in the next few hours, I think we'll get a real picture of how that's playing out.
Talk a bit more about turnout.
It looks to be really high. So there's some. I just had a look at Edinburgh Central, 72%. That's up
2%,
up 8% from last time. So that's a considerable jump. It seems like that's happening across the country. Some of it's postal votes, because I'm sure there are a lot of people, 1 million people registered this time, and it seems like a lot of people are returning them. But it also feels like the debate in there, partly about the Constitution, has really got people out. Yeah.
It has fired people up. And the other thing about that is that consistently we're now seeing in Scotland higher turnouts in elections. Now there is a kind of energised political debate in Scotland. Thank you very much for that. Don't go away. Patrick Harvie, the co-leader of the Scottish Green Party, is in Glasgow. Hello, Patrick Harvie.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, very well. The limited results in Scotland, what are you making of? What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, I think on that last point you were just discussing with Nick, turnout being up is something that every political party, I hope, will welcome. And I want to thank in particular the people who had to wait a long time in the queues. My own local polling station last night, in the last few hours was queued out of the building and round the back of the building. People were even people who were in the queue by 10 o'clock were having to wait a long time to get in and vote. So I really want to thank people for sticking with it and taking part in this potentially the most important election Scotland's ever seen.
Well, just on that very point, one polling station at Balerno in west of Edinburgh, they did not finish getting the voters through till 11:30 last night. Now that just wasn't about pandemic measures. That was a reflection, I think, of what Nick has just been talking about, which was turnout. Now when it comes to turnout and it comes to the Greens, is an increased vote for the SNP in the constituencies, does this favour you in the list? Give me some sense of where you think you are in the lists.
Well, of the limited box sampling that we've been doing so far, we seem to be up, particularly in the areas where we've been most active. And we've had hundreds of new volunteers taking part in the most active campaign that we've ever run. So in those areas, we've seen an increase in our regional vote. So we're feeling hopeful, optimistic. As we're going to be saying for quite a long time to come, it's still early days and we still don't have the robust numbers that we need to be able to predict results. But we're hopeful, and we're certainly very grateful for everyone who's lent us their support from any part of the political spectrum. And I think a lot of voters are voting with not the past in mind, and maybe not even just the Constitution in mind, but a much deeper set of questions about Scotland's future. Yes, Scotland's future as an independent country or as part of Boris Johnson's Brexit Britain, but also the challenges of the climate emergency and the poverty and inequality that we need to take much bolder action on.
Just for people to know, so far in the Parliament, the SNP, apart from what happened in 2011 when they did form a majority, has formed a minority administration on 63 seats, too short of a majority. And consistently, the Greens have supported them in an informal arrangement. If it's the same going forward, Patrick Harvie, are you going to put more pressure, do you think, on Nicola Sturgeon?
Well, I don't agree with the way that you've characterised that. There isn't any kind of informal arrangement. What we do is exactly what we did actually when there was a Labour-Lib Dem majority coalition, is put forward positive ideas. We always try to put the government under pressure, but we do it constructively, not opportunistically. And I think if more political parties in opposition did that in relation to a minority government, they'd actually find they get a lot more done. That's why Scotland has a fairer tax system than the rest of the UK. It's why we have free bus travel coming in for young people in Scotland. It's why we reversed the injustice that was done to young people with the grades fiasco last year and prevented evictions during the pandemic, and a whole host of other measures which are the result of positive, constructive green work. So we'll continue to do that, and I think if the SNP are again short of a majority, every political party should be focused on what they can do to make a difference for people in Scotland instead of just being opportunistic.
But you would say that what they can do for people in Scotland might also align with being opportunistic, because, of course, the SNP's position would be, in terms of the recovery and the economy, would be one where they did still go ahead with licences and so forth in the North Sea, where you've been absolutely clear about this in your manifesto. No more new licences in the North Sea, the end for fossil fuels. Now, in the economic recovery,
climate emergency cuts across the Constitution. Sorry, I lost you for a second there.
Yes, well, what I was simply going to say, is that the price you would exact?
I'm sorry, we've got an announcement coming here. I think you're asking about the licences in the North Sea again. This, of course, is a reserved issue. And at the moment, all the other political parties, whether they support independence or support Scotland staying in the UK, are committed to maximum oil and gas extraction. Now, that is a false perspective. It's giving false hope to people working in those industries who actually need investment in the alternatives. They need a transition that is just, but is also rapid. And for us, that does mean no new exploration licences, revoke the undeveloped licences, because we have far more fossil fuels than we can afford to burn if we are remotely serious about our own survival and the survival of the living world around us. But it also means dramatic investment in the alternative industries that can create jobs that will actually last for the long term. That's what Scotland needs. It's in particular what the communities most reliant on oil and gas industry needs. And at the moment, it's only the Greens that are saying this. So this one really cuts across the constitutional debate. And if Scotland becomes independent in the future, I think it's very clearly going to require change. But I only wish that some of the UK parties who support Scotland staying in the UK were even willing to address and acknowledge the urgency of this crisis.
Patrick Harvie, thank you very much.
Well, let's stay in the arena in Scotland, and I'm going to say a very good afternoon to Ian Blackford, who's a member of the House of Commons, of course, for the SNP and the leader of the party at Westminster. Ian, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Huw.
Thanks for joining us. Can I ask you, first of all, whether the reports we're getting from various parts of Scotland about an encouragingly high turnout are borne out in your part of the world?
Yes, I think we're getting reports from right across Scotland that there's been a high turnout, and I think we're all pleased to see that, Huw. We want to see the maximum number of people participating in our democracy, and of course the franchise has been extended. Let's not forget that too. So 16 and 17-year-olds voting, that has been the case in a number of elections in Scotland. Asylum seekers for the first time, and we all want a participative democracy. We all want the maximum number of people to participate in that. It is the right of every citizen to determine who should be sent into elected office. So this is something to celebrate, because there certainly were concerns going into the election that the pandemic, the fact that people weren't going to be campaigning in the same way, may have made it difficult to encourage people to come out to the vote, and that's been seen to be something that was a false concern.
There's been a long debate, Ian, already on the programme about the factors behind the voting, and of course in Scotland, with its particular circumstances and questions about the constitutional future of the country, there is an added layer of significance to that debate as well. Where we've been talking in Hartlepool about the COVID factor, about how that's been handled, about the Brexit factor, which clearly was significant in Scotland given that Scotland voted to remain, how have those mixed in this debate?
Oh, there have been really significant factors, and I think really for us, what we've sought to do is talk about the leadership that the government in Edinburgh has given, the role of the First Minister in leading us through the COVID crisis over the course of the last 13, 14 months now, and making sure that we've got a government that has a plan for recovery into the next period, about trying to take people with us, and making sure in our programme, in particular our programme for the first 100 days, that we're investing in our communities, we're investing in growing the economy, that we're supporting our frontline workers, our health workers in particular, with a pay rise, and really planning for that future. And I think, Huw, in amongst all of this, and of course there has been a debate about the constitutional question, and we want Scotland to, or people in Scotland, to have a right to have a say in their future. But what we've made clear through the course of this election campaign, that we deal with the COVID emergency first. And when it's safe to do so, and over the course of the lifetime of the Parliament, that it's right that the people in Scotland have that decision on their future. And what we want to see, and I'm listening very carefully to a lot of the things that Patrick Harvie was saying, and actually there's much I would agree with him on it, it is that debate about what kind of recovery, how we invest in jobs, how we invest in our communities, the type of society that people want to live in. And that's a debate for everybody, not just those
Ian,
of us
I'm
that
just
want
stopping you for a second. I'll be back. Let's go to Perthshire, Perthshire North.
I, Barbara Renton, Returning Officer for the Perthshire North constituency of the Scottish Parliament, do hereby give notice that the votes cast for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Peter Anthony Barrett, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,802. Murdo Fraser, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 15,807. Don Marshall, Scottish Family Party, 334. Ryan Smart, Scottish Labour Party, 2,324. John Ramsay, Swinney, Scottish National Party, 19,860. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 9. Writing or mark.
So that is the result there in Perthshire North, and a safe return for John Swinney, Deputy First Minister. And the Tory there, Murdo Fraser, is the Tories' Finance Minister. So let's now look at the share of the vote and the change. Let's look at the change in that vote. So then looking at the change, you can see that the SNP have put on a percentage point, the Conservatives are down, and Labour is down 2%. So on the swing, we can see Conservative to SNP 0.1%, a teeny swing towards the SNP.
Well, that's another one for us in the bag. And what for you was notable there, Kirsty, in Perthshire North?
Well, notable there in Perthshire North was that Murdo Fraser did not make any inroads in the SNP vote there. There was no coalescence round the Conservatives in terms of being the pro-union party. That in fact there was absolutely literally no change in the vote, and that essentially is bucking the trend of what's been happening in the limited results that we've had so far.
And turnout was up again, as we were mentioning then, talking to Ian Blackford, who we lost because we went to that, so apologies to him, but thanks to him for joining us. Kirsty, have a look at these pictures, because you know we were looking at Boris Johnson in Hartlepool earlier. Actually, there were two Borises there. Actually, that looks a bit like Trump. But anyway,
it was the blimp.
I think it's meant to be Boris. It's a giant inflatable Boris, which has been thumbs up all the way, because, of course, thumbs up in Hartlepool for the Tories today, not so much for the other parties. So Boris Johnson happy to stand there, and I'm sure, I'm willing to put a £5 bet on it, that we may get Boris and the inflatable on some front pages tomorrow. I think that's a possibility, yes? Yes, it's a classic political scene, Kirsty.
It's a classical political scene, but classically, the person that won the famous victory at Hartlepool, Jill Mortimer, is silent. It's always the way, isn't it? And on these occasions, particularly, she's the woman that won the by-election, but there was no word from her because the stage is all Boris Johnson's. That is what is Boris Johnson's, the idea that is has delivered the victory rather than Jill Mortimer.
I think we noticed earlier, and I hope we're not being unkind saying this, but because she did speak at the declaration, of course, in fairness, but when the Prime Minister turned up, she was basically nodding agreement in the background as the Prime Minister gave his view on what had led to the victory, which in this instance he said was the policies that he'd been pursuing. Anyway, so just a quick update, Kirsty, on what John Curtis is telling us about the wards in the English local elections. We talked a lot about this earlier. The average swing to the Conservatives in wards fought in 2016 is still 7%, while there is no net swing in wards last fought in 2017. That's the leave and remain element again, as John was saying earlier on. And then he's saying in 2016, 12% in the most pro-Leave wards. 2017, 4% swing to the Conservatives in the most pro-Leave wards.
So yes, looking at that, the quite a stark difference between 2016 and 2017. And we expect Labour to do well in the county councils, even though the Tories could still be ahead. Taking these two different sets in here, the idea is that it was last time in 2016 it was Corbyn versus Cameron. So it's a very different proposition than it is now in 2016. So it's interesting to see whether or not the Tory vote in both what was the 2016 elections and the 2017 elections still has an upward trajectory.
I just think at this stage, Kirsty, because we're approaching a bit of a change of channels on our junctions coming up, but we're keeping up our service to you, obviously, and I just think it's worth pointing out at this moment, Kirsty, to people who may be just joining us, what's coming up, because actually, although we've had a pretty busy 4 or 5 hours already, we've been discussing relatively few results. That very big result from Hartlepool, obviously, which was the by-election won by the Conservatives. And some Scottish seats in, just a few of them. 1 Welsh seat so far, that's Montgomery. We've got some English councils coming in. We've got some police and crime commissioners, some city and regional mayors. So all I'm saying to you is at home, you know, make a cup of tea or something more attractive. And you've got a huge amount of results to come. And it's going to be flowing in from, I reckon it's 2:30 now. So any time from 3 o'clock onwards, if these returning officers gave us the right notes before we started, we can look to dozens of results coming in between then and early evening. And that will really give us a proper signal as to what is going on.
Yeah, there's another SNP hold there. So I would say make the cup of tea very near the television, if not in front of the television, because actually the acceleration in seats in Scotland is going to be quite marked over the next hour and a half. And Nick Earley will be beside me to do the interpretation here on some of those results. What we'll be looking for, is swings to the Conservatives from Labour voters that they think they're the best ones to deal with the issue of the union. And as we saw in Clydebank, swings to Labour, because Labour are seen there as the most effective bloc to the idea of another independence referendum and keeping the union together. But the chances are the SNP are on course for a very, very good day.
Well, Kirsty, it's just coming up to 2:30. In a few moments, we're going to be joined by viewers on BBC One.
We are expecting, as I said, a steady stream of results throughout the afternoon. So do stay with us to watch the political drama unfold.